to spoon. You want to get a nose up there, turn to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but TV. Yes, but you got it. Yes, Charges on the beat. To get your information. To the spoon to be part of the spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't trust spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't trust spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't trust spoon. Yeah.
Indeed, you want to know what is happening in Liberia, just tune to Spoon. You want to know what the politicians are doing, what's happening at the ministries, the agencies. You want to know what the policymakers are saying or doing, just tune to Spoon. This is where you get the updates, the views, the analysis here in one full package every single day. Spoon 107.5 FM. I'd like to welcome you to this edition of Spoon Talk. Many thanks to our partner radio station, always relaying the program. Thanks to Voice of Liberia 104.1, the host of radio stations across the country. Thanks for relay show. We want to welcome our online audience from across Facebook and YouTube. Thanks for joining us here tonight as well. My name is Nelson Colette. We're live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV on Facebook. We're live on YouTube as well. And our YouTube is Spoon Talk Live. This edition promises to be very informative. Best you can do is to get close to your radio, put your TV on, grab your smartphone, your tablet. Let's have a fascinating discussion here tonight. Well, as we always do, go to the phone lines, take your calls, hear your views. We dedicate the first segment of Spoon Talk to you, so you get to speak out on the different issues of concern. Is it about health, education, politics, the environment, sanitation, just anything that is of concern to you? You get to have the opportunity to talk about those very issues here every day on Spoon Talk. So I want to welcome you all. Mustafa Alan, Deconti Sawyer. I see Lapu Sawyer. Thank you for coming on tonight. Daniel Tante, we appreciate you. I see Theodosia Sater, thank you for being here tonight. And all of you joining us, I want to appreciate you for coming on Spoon Talk tonight. Prayer Kimmer, thanks for joining us. Thank you for coming tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. We're going to go to the phone lines. 0555-101075 is the number to call and you'll be live on the program tonight. Spoon Talk 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on this edition of Spoon Talk. Let's go to the phone line. Take our first caller here. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, good evening to Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you. Next week, in studio in Liberia. The name constant again a function AF Kamara. Back to our Spoon Network talk show. This great beautiful talk.
What's on your mind? Let's hear
bro, next thing what I in my mind tonight, how to deal with continuity of our boundary issue. It's so worrisome and embarrassing to us as a nation, especially our farmers in Lofa County. At this time, in point, it's time for them to be cutting the trees and cultivation and try to plant crops so that they can give up produce to it. Now they are migrating for their own country where they are not honor the revolutionary democracy for the government, but they are only elected government that's supposed to defend
which one is the electable and which one is the elected?
Okay, the electable government is just a government that like bring post two in the jar, in the rain, in the sun, and wake up early in the morning, 2 o'clock, go and stew in the job and cast a vote for him, defend his country as the commanding general of the Alpha of Liberia.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you. Hello, your name and where are you calling from? Let's hear you.
Good evening, Brother Nelson, and good evening to all listeners. This is Brother Jill Lahasin, where they calling from PZAB tomorrow.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Brother Nelson, my concern is all about the war like Guinea has waged on Liberia, Mama Liberia. You know, I hear people are saying that Liberians are saying that the president should tell the truth of the war that Guinea waged on Liberia. All along, what have Guinea said? Have you heard anything about Guinea saying that she came to life because of money? No. But people continue to put the blame on the president. The president knows who money is. Guinea is saying that she won't learn. That's the reason you're invading. And then that was saying the government should investigate. For heaven's sake, we have a war on us right now. Our people are suffering. Can we all, as a patriotic Liberians, join the government to fight a common enemy? When we have peace, then we can do investigation. And it surprised me as saying Liberian, let me call it, exposing or Liberia into Guinea. I just listening to SKTV show talking about how Guinea is strong. Everything that comes from the region, Guinea is getting information from to know how to fight Liberia. So we must be very careful. This is our sovereignty. There's not a nice CDC, UP war or whatever it is. There's a country-to-country war. Now, already saying this. They can call over. Said and saying information, reliable information, and then taking it for Guinea.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
You're live on the show. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Pam Hada. I call from Tottenham Farm.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
My brother, the thing on my mind, they step mother name. The thing that woman did late in Bon County. They supposed to woman to G. They just go to the water down, they pour water indicator, they pour it good. They put it between all them.
No, sorry. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello? Let's hear you. What's your name and where you calling from, sir? Hello?
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 Hello? Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. What's on your mind? What's your name and where you calling from?
I said my name is Pam. I call from Tottenham Farm.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, what is on my mind is to do about this stepmother what when they later day for yesterday. They women are doing the weekend there. They just go to grab.
No. Okay, I think you are the same person who was on the line. This is radio. You can't come on radio and say that kind of thing. I beg you. All right? Yeah. Please. Let's take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, nothing. This is Joseph for Point South.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Nothing. God nothing much on my concerning that. Only thing I've been trying to get in contact with you and then to talk to the CEO. We got the last I sent you some text, some picture on your messenger, but there was no response. We got our team here who's covering, and we try to reach the CEO to help out if sponsor our team. Our academy team who's sponsoring it. So we're covering with it.
All right, so
then trying to get in contact with you so that we can get the CEO to help us in
the
the process.
CEO is always on the show. The CEO is always on the show. Just keep following the show. If he's listening, he's going to respond to that. You know, but that's I can speak to that for now. Because the CEO will be the best person to do that. But thank you. I appreciate your concern.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Hello, Nelson.
Hello. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Nelson, thank you so much. Hey, George Mava, from District 6, Isikiam community, about District 6. Thank you so much, Nelson. I just want to appreciate your everyday the school network because every day, not small thing, every day, because to left on your home to come to be listening to you, it's not easy thing. Nelson, the thing on my mind today, I just want to comment my President Joseph Yuma Baka, the Vice President Jeremiah Pankun for the hard work in the country here. I can always tell anybody, it's not easy to become a mother or father in the home, but people not know. People not know that because they put out one day like based on people that really get that thing that tea and bread, but it's not easy. But only thing next I need to tell and the speaker he may say shame everybody put more on him because the things are happening between Liberia and Guinea. When he came at the airport, he made a statement. And he came back because he had a recording. Oh, he said, oh, he told nothing. He said, no. But he shame. So we don't let him try to tell him that he slow down to come on the social media to apologize to Liberian people.
Okay.
If for Guinea, he go back to Guinea. Because they
Thank
can
you.
say, we'll vote for you. In the district or the district will vote for you. Get him back in. The people in Guinea. That's the president 40. All of 40 to say that no. Peace. Then you want to make it hard. It means that you can love this country. I can always tell you, you can nobody.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you. Let's hold you there. Take another person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, what's up, Nelson?
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Nelson, this is the voice of Sabu Rasta. I joined in the show from Point 4 Nelson for Zimbabwe.
Oh, Sabu is...
Yeah, Nelson, you forget about me.
No. I will give you update here after.
Okay, Nelson. But Nelson, you know what, my man? No, Nelson, our president Shim, Nelson. Our president Shim. Our president both. They were our president both. He experienced, he qualified, he competent. So we are not competent. So we are not qualified. Both for him, they say the president get to ball. Instead of man, can you imagine that lesson will get a president to man? They make it say that man, you're allowing your friend man to come in your home and take your people land. You talking about Yeke Koruba? Right? For disgrace for the water bring to the country. As a president, I not able to protect our sovereignty and you can bring about Yeke Koruba, Yeke. I'm not president, but I'm family to go say that, man. Thank you for giving me the time.
Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, let's see what's up, man.
It's good to have you. Let's hear you. I'm good.
Yeah, man. Let's see. I'm sorry, man. You know, last year I told you that I will have to do so close for the CEO, and the CEO told you that he will get to me, and I directed my area on Jesus. Still that time, I'm not there for you, and I've been going to your state. I can't see you, but man.
Okay, so let me. Okay. So I want you to take this. Okay, give do you want to read your number out now? So I guess
this is my number because I couldn't stay with me on a slow no.
All right. Okay. So hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, sir. Hold on 1 second. Okay, please read the number out. Read your number out.
You were so.
077, yeah,
55
55
28
28
405.
405.
Funny money, funny scary.
5528405, right?
Yeah, funny scary.
All right. All right.
So,
Thank you.
you
Thank you.
ready me down?
555-28405.
No, I said 07755 25.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, sorry. 5528405. Right?
Yeah, double
All
five,
right.
not triple.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I got. Thank you.
Yeah, so
All
I
right.
gotta close me up.
I will. I will definitely. I will reach out. I will give you a call. Thank you. Thank you, Fanny. 05551011075 is the number to call. You'll be live. Hello. Good evening. It's good to have you. What's on your mind?
That is your friend and brother. I remain, my name is Mohammed M. Kanitian, and I seem to be a member of the United Party in Pune. I put him on the second nursing.
Let's hear you.
What? Nothing, thank you. I've seen people trying to beat on President workers. Then let me be very honest. For me, under no circumstances, people want to current President Walker with the former outcome. Okay, former President Buya. Okay, because when it comes to experiences, President Walker, you have that more experiences, even more than former President Buya. Okay, my brother, this situation, even in Guinea, between our brother Lam there, I think it is not honest. You're not telling me say because you go, you even search so much, even in your room, so you know that go, you start on the person, see the person, definitely, then you even try to put yourself in the bad situation. Definitely, I think what the government is trying to do, they're trying to meet all of the rebel means by engaging, okay, all of state panel to come in with some level of engagement. Okay? Because they will not, because the opposition more start. I was saying that even calling President to even get war on Guinea. I don't think it's harm for the country, okay? Because if it comes to any bad situation, they tell you that no, former President you will definitely escape from the country. Okay, that is very honest. So there is nothing where people should come in to say that, or President Baka should even deploy Lalo state, let's say, let's say the amateur, to all, and then the material, what? More if it comes to equipment, Liberia does not have more equipment equal to Guinea.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello. You want to walk away from your radio, please?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, well, my name is Mr. Eric D. Niam, calling from David to be precise, District Number 6, Montserrat County.
It's good to have you on. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I had a concern. My concern here is, I thought the government said they were responsible, intelligent, and mature government. We got a critical and national issue in this country. Government are deviating from it, distracting our mind to get a Koriba. What is the essence of that? Then my next question is, where do the economic community of West Africa stay when it comes to the Liberia and Guinea or situation? They can't remain mute. Nobody talking anything. So it really get to me.
Thank
so
you for your input.
The position of ECOWAS.
Thank you. Let's hold you there. This person. Hello.
Good evening, Nelson.
Good evening. It's good to have you on. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my name is Stanley, and I joined the conversation from rural Montserrat County.
Stanley, what's on your mind?
Nelson, the last time I called on the program, I'm concerned more, especially the incident that occurred on 2018, where the police officer Roosevelt shot, killed a young motorcyclist in the 72nd county there, one being Lamy. Roosevelt used his 13mm pistol and killed the man with no reason, and he was charged. He was sentenced for 25 years. Next thing, we are hearing news that Roosevelt Demi had been released 2 years ago, and he is in Ghana. Mr. Lamy, where man gets to Lamy, he continued to cry. According to what we heard, he said he was giving an executive clemency, which of course, and other people said that the parents were in the know. And as I speak to you, Nelson, Mr. David Lamy and man Getu, continue to cry, for the death, of their son. I'm speaking to you where being Lamy was buried. By me, it's so sad. So I want you, the spoon there where Mr. Watterson, your manager, Damon, please try to ask why this man was released.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your input.
Yellow,
hello?
The subscriber you are trying to reach.
Hello?
Yeah, whatever you I don't know, can you say work out again?
Go ahead, let's hear you.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Into tomorrow. Let's go ahead. The first thing, Tabu Raska. Anybody let me yourself into my father. So anybody father get respect for them. You can't tell president, president, let you wait, man. Let him that man you need to call and apologize to the president or to the station. You need to call you paper. The man will not go for it.
So I called the man up already. Just go ahead and make it.
Okay, nothing. The second thing, nothing. The security pay has to go up. Representative cannot be making 5,000 AFL man making 150. The only thing is the AFL start listening to me. When the pay cannot go up to 500, then the representative senator wear the army uniform and go to the bowler. That's all they can do. Because you cannot be paying somebody 150 for God's sake. Somebody raise me a life. Then your representative for God's sake taking $5,000 US. 5,000. Why you taking 5,000? The people are sacrificing themselves making $150, $80. They represent what they're doing. So if people start, people cannot make yourself for a salary to go 500, not take all the uniform and create the senator and the representative to go to the president. And President Joseph Walker, thank you. Let God guide you, let God save Labrador. Let God make Labrador to be a great nation. Let God pay you and myself like we are falling and putting the government feet to fire. Let God make all to be so enough. And let God make it 140 to more. Nothing else on my call. I beg you. Thank you very much.
So I play in. Yeah, thank you, man. I don't know. Hello, your name, where you call from? Let's hear you. Hello.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, hello. It's good to have you on.
My name is Malapu Gifi from my TV.
Malapu, it's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
The thing that on my mind is that the Ebola issue. People are saying that the president must send people to go and fight. The president is really working towards 18 years so that we, the Liberians, we should be safe. You can't be in the bathroom, crazy man, take your pastor, then you go jump behind that crazy man, you start running behind, then you say you will be crazy. So let it go. Judicial alone. Let him take his time to fight for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. This person, hello, your name and where you call from?
Evening, Nelson Cole.
Yeah, good evening.
Thank you. My name is Josiah Smooth for me from Randy, Congo Peace Island Bell. Commonly called 514. Members of the Unity Party in the Electoral Bureau.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, Nelson, our big surprise today when one former ruling party chairman sat on one of your sister radio station in Brussels and to the Jangaku to tell people in the country that this current government opposition cheated them and rigged the elections. It sounds laughable to me today. That's Anthony Law talking like that. But tell me, for God's sake, if they cheated you, why you team of lawyers? Why did you go to court when you are in the hand of power to make sure that the law exists so that you can find redress? You can't lie to people around here that the opposition election. They cheated you. It's like we're talking about governance now. And you're talking about how 2029 will cheat you. When they try it, they won't happen. There's someone calling can't talk about if you have a violent means, Patrick Swan calling can't talk about. In fact, they'll go with violent means in the elections and the one regular.
So Toya now. Where you want to say Toya so we can go.
Okay, I'm saying that these are people who rule the country for 6 years. They have a control. Nothing that they compare. They also with the issues. They feel overall issues. Around here, people could not go so easily. It's not radio can talk about how they build road. So how can you be deceiving yourself like this? This party, that one will die natural death.
Okay,
they
thank you.
Allowed to come to power.
Thank you.
Talking through when President, we have a problem when we're not in a current official pocket. But corruption minister, number one minister, the deal of the cabinet, foreign minister in the cabinet. If they're not muster the courage to launch investigation, to prosecute anyone for election.
Thank you very much for your input. I hold you there. Take another person. Hello. Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm speaking from beginning. I'm Amos Likotio.
Amos, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Okay, listen, something I want to find out or something you give me out there on this. I don't know. Because there's a news rumor going around that the Guinea government pay or Liberian government 10 cars. So I don't know true or false. 1, 2, I want to know is that 2 more AR just moving around there, so the Lofa. Some information coming, sometimes you look and not true, sometimes it's true. So really, I don't know what I will get out there on it when the AR being I will get able to get rid of it in the on Facebook. I don't know. Thank you.
So the first thing is that you can get rid of AR. Artificial intelligence is here to stay. Just as so many years back, smartphone was that thing that some people saw to be something that would have made a lot of people weak, while other people were craving for it. AI is here to stay. We'll keep advancing. We'll keep improving on it and whatever. But the next thing is, I think I saw a video where the president was talking about the 10 cars, the 10 pickups, and he went on to mention that he had no problem with the president of Guinea. They had a cordial relationship. But then I don't really record when exactly that video was recorded. There's this thing where videos of maybe 2 years or a year or so could be, portion of that video could be caught. And then we have to understand what exactly was the president saying before he mentioned that, and all of those different issues we'll have to put together. Yes, but I did see a video where the president was saying something like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your journalists. I think we have more information for you to check on that and give all the information.
Thank you very much for your input. I appreciate you.
All right,
Thanks for being here tonight. 0555-101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the show. This person, hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, going on that Yeah, I didn't want to call that person. We are never do anything. I agree with President. We are never do anything. President, we are to pay the work and fee of students all around the country for 6 years. President, we are never do anything. Situation all public university. President, we are never do anything. President, we are to pay the road from Portland to Jarrah Michael, even up to station shop. We are never do anything. The National Port Authority office today, where the National Port Director is here now. President, we are not doing anything. President, we are to pay the FPRC office today. We are not do anything. We are able to pay the FPRC office. President, we are not do anything. President,
all right, thank you. Thank you very much.
The NSA office. We are not doing anything.
So, my man, it's like you wrote that whole thing. It's like you wrote that whole thing and you just reciting it. Go to your main point, my man.
Yeah, the guy saying that President, we are not doing anything for 6 years. So I get one to tell you that President, we are not doing anything. President, we are not doing anything.
All right, thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Yeah, good evening.
Member of UP Intellectual Bureau calling for this way that you preserve budget tonight.
Let's hear you.
Honestly, my issue have to do with some media outlets. I want to call upon my government President Boateng And that there will be no exception. All the other government that are closed radio stations, and that you won't be exception to any of them. You must do the same. Because I think the generally can be one zone in the society. But the people sitting there, they have media institutions there that not even one know the integrity of journalism. They get there to support people in. I listen to Jungle Code today on Freedom FM, and one radio commentator there, I see a question, he say, you need to participate to say, no matter how it will rate the election. And they inserted me. And people, even patriots for America call, he say, any violent confident to the now. If President Baka, we are supposed to be a president, anything to backfire about, and not to say someone we are afraid of them. But we have an experience in the for chatting war. God forbid, if any chaos come here today, we will not pick and choose. Not pick and choose. So I'm calling on President Baka. If they not, if they will call you dictator, you must be dictator. Then you can close your radio station down. You remember the Kigali? What have been Kigali? Tell it to the now. Trust me. If that radio station the same bill for you, trust me. Tell it to the now. It will not bring up for 100 or more. It will be chaotic. Trust me. We will not estimate the radio station to say they are not nothing. No, they are something.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input.
The follower and they can what they call, but if they not take you keep them recording. It will not be easy in the time. So thank you for.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you. Let's see if we bring another person on. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, let's see. We have to be serious in the country. When it comes to Labrador, for all the stand for our own right, we don't do it. We want to go and put together and get protest. That's a party thing. This is a national issue. This is a town as a Liberian or Ango or one in the 15 countries. Most of all, we together with protest, huge protest to capture the in our executive mansion. And one of the people will talk to all. You can go in Guinea and have meeting. You come back in the next 1 or 2 days. Then the people come back again. Then nobody talking to all. Then what we should do? We should get out and stand. We should speak on it. We should protest.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so what do we can do? But we keep talking.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate you for making your point tonight. Let's take this person. Hello.
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 Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you. What's your name and where you're
from?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Some people say the president must carry 2 wallets to go for it. Your lie will never happen. A peaceful man. You will never carry anybody wallet to say you go for it. It will never ever happen. That weekend that you're praying, it will not happen yet.
Thank you.
Let people kill that while you're praying for war for your lie. It will not happen to let people here. We know your intention, opposition, have a lot of people.
Thank you for your input tonight on the show. I see Mr. Winfred Russell is here. While we continue taking calls, Mr. Russell, it's good to have you on tonight. Thanks for joining us. We intend to take a few more calls, then we're going to come back to you in the next few minutes.
Thank you, Nelson. It's great being here, and I've just been monitoring the calls. Pretty interesting, very diverse and eclectic mix of issues folks are interested in. So I thank you. Glad to be here.
Yes, sir. All right. So then we'll go back to the phone lines, take a few more calls as we await the rest of the team to come on. You can keep your calls coming to 0555 101075. 0555 101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the show. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good. Good evening.
All right, good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nelson, thank you very much for picking my call. I'm Fasu Kumar. Yeah, I call as a member of the UP Intellectual Bureau. I I think what on my mind has to do with the pronouncement made by the transport ministry today. For me, I was one of those that were intellectually beating on hierarchy of folks at the transport ministry for not coming up swiftly to release transportation fare. But I think today finally they came up. They listened to our concern, and finally they came up with transportation fare. I think in moreover and it environment. I think that's a step in a positive direction. Whenever public set people who occupy in position of trust, whenever they do good, they would have voted on the people interest. Some of us who are proponents of advocacy, we are deeply bound to say kudos to them. So I'd like to say kudos to those at the transport ministry.
Okay.
I think the release of the fare will help to alleviate the constraint commuters, stopping commuters go through on a daily basis to go from one place to another.
Thank you.
That's a positive. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. We keep your calls coming through 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Good evening.
Good evening. You're live.
This is G. I'm calling from Roto Town. Thank God, FE.
What's on your mind?
No, Nigeria is in trouble. I hear people talking about Joy. Since years, Joy are in power. Do you hear anybody dispute with our neighboring country? Nothing like that. Since 1822 up to today, what we are experiencing, we are not experiencing before. President Bouaka is none of presidential material. See what happened? You see, I go away mysteriously from here, one county, the people are displayed. That alone should tell the Liberian people that you the party and choose the wrong person to lead the country. And 2029, but we are coming back. Bouaka has no legacy.
Thank you. Thank you.
People all over are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. This person, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, it's not a call you from Johnsonville.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my concern have to do with our representatives and I went to Lofa there that came from, let's say that were making fun out of the Liberian people. We thought they were going there to do something or to say something there, but they were just there dancing, clapping. The more we had the more who and who together. If they were singing that song along with Guineans, at least we're going to say yes, we are together. But so then they went just somewhere and enjoyed themselves. They on the main road, start dancing, jumping up and down. They were making mockery out of the Liberian people. That's my concern tonight.
Okay, thank you for your concern. So we'll take 3 more calls and then we end up the call-in segment. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
My name is Jalap Akbar and I come from Tinsdale.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind has to do with the same border issue that I continue to call on every night when I have the opportunity to call on. And I have to continue to blame every Liberian, especially those of you who are in the press. I remember during the weird time when you people felt aggrieved, petition the government, and you even went to the American embassy and petitioned them asking for their intervention. Even though the committee was headed by Dr. Bobler, up to now we don't know what the outcome was. But I'm concerned that here is our land Liberia that is being crushed upon by Guinea. What is the press union doing? Why are you people demonstrating and sending note of protest even to the Guinean embassy and continue to other embassies? But every time you're beating on the Liberian government, are you not concerned? Are the Guineans wrong? Why are you not condemning them? Why? You people are the fourth estate, as you have been referred to. You are stakeholders. Why are you doing what you're supposed to do for the Liberian people?
Well, thank you. Great concern. Your points are well noted. Thank you for your input tonight.
Thank you.
We take the second to the last caller. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Nelson.
Yeah, good evening. You're live. Let's hear you. What's on your
Yeah,
mind?
my name is Ibrahim Keita, according from Broadview End.
Keita, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I also appreciate you for your current effort towards the country, giving your information, and may the Almighty God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
What is on my mind is all about the rural business I always discuss about whenever I call. The rural, yeah, I thought people just see what I'm saying is fun, but it's serious. Getting to April now, the more is already end. Getting to April, from April, May, that really season. And then go from people to Simple Beach. I have never do anything except to the same place. Then the people start working, they will only come, they go, they spend a whole day doing nothing. And we have a big job on the road here. And from now to April, it will be really season. No more dry season now. Really, the wheels start falling. And it will be a lot of people just look at right now to Burma Bridge. If you come 5 o'clock, the latest 6 o'clock, you can't pass. Maybe you spend about 3 or 5, 6 minutes before you pass to that place. The traffic can be very jammed. If you come out to propose, propose junction, if you come out to Kuwait, be a factory, it can be small traffic. I'm begging the Minister of Public Works and the contractor, they should please help us. And they have a stakeholder in Brave. It's not small. Even the Minister of State, for President, I know how they call it Omar. He lives in Brave. The police RG, he lives in Brave. A lot of people live in Brave. Begging they should talk to the contractor and yeah, they try to speed up with a job. Because when season come, there will be traffic. And at the time they won't show their power to say, oh, they stay must stay away from, and the power will be coming between the luggage driver and the
Thank you
love
very
because
much.
thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. We'll take our
Yeah.
final caller here now. Hello, you're live. Let's hear
Hello.
you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good evening, sir. Let's hear you.
yeah. Man, you experience today common in you as radio man calling from PV.
Really, man, go ahead.
Yeah, let me say good evening to the SNS president. You say you might bog us, you know. Let me applaud the president at least for making today at least Ladro and Janina go log on here. Because if you are going to live to the opposition and then that decision and say, oh, the area you go and stand to the and go start the Guinea, they are going to be different things. And then they are talk about development and being a development. Development is going on. At least in a government, he gave us 6 countries in the world. And now gas available, although the price of increase, but gas available, rest available. The opposition wants to see people sitting on land or gas station. They want to be sitting on land for rest. And it can't happen in a president's government. Because President Joseph Imam Bogasio is an experienced president and he is the greater president. The only president that declared a public asset. So President Boga, you mean the developmental president ever. Now don't go back to that dark days. We need more development and he is doing the development. And we say bravo to the mayor of PV, Mayor Rahul Desmond himself. They are thinking for your highway. At least today you get part around the year that general to go or clean. So I want to say bravo to the mayor of PV, Mayor Desmond. Keep on your hard work. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you for your input tonight. And I think that's all the time we've got for the calls tonight. As a Russell, I want to say welcome. It's good to have you on. I think the rest of the team will come on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Nelson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you as well.
All right. Thank you. No, it's great being here. It's really interesting calls, variety of issues and concerns people are talking about. They're interested in at least sharing their views and opinions on. So it's really nice hearing the plethora of concerns that people have. How are you doing, Nelson?
I'm doing good. Sorry, I'm making some adjustments here in the background.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
but I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And
how's the weather here in the country? Has it started raining already?
Oh, not yet. We still have sunny weather. We're still enjoying the dry season. You know.
But it's at the tail end of the dry season, though, right? I mean, it's
yeah,
coming to an end.
as per the calendar, as per what's
Yeah,
on the book. But
yeah.
climate change has sort of affected almost everything. When it rains, when
That's
it
what I'm
shines.
hearing. I'm hearing that even in December or
Oh yeah,
January,
yeah.
and times that typically not considered raining season, you still have a lot of rain coming down.
Oh yeah. We experienced two heavy rains in December.
In December,
And
wow.
yeah, in December. And
What
and
about January?
yeah, there was another heavy one in January. But
Wow.
not that, heavy, but
Okay.
there was rain in January. And it was shocking to a lot of people, but again, so many people who are following up on this whole climate change situation
Mm-hmm.
are aware that these things will happen, and that's just something that we have to adjust to. Probably the people who set those calendars, the people who did the calculations and came up with those different pieces of information that are being taught in school, that we were taught in school, about the geography of Liberia, when it rains, when does the rainy season start, when does it end. Maybe they have to go back on it, considering climate
And try to
change. Yeah,
readjust that, right?
yeah, try
But
to make
Nelson,
some
my
adjustments.
concern though is that with all this temperature variations now that we're seeing, I mean, now, I mean, we experience the same thing here. Like the last couple of days here, we've had sunshine. I mean, and now we're getting in the spring now.
Mm.
But so usually it is cool, like around 40 or so degrees. But we've had like 70 plus. Like yesterday was like 75 degrees or so, which is
Wow.
pretty unusual for this time of year.
Mm.
So you see that this is some sort of global phenomenon, that folks are dealing with. But my concern though for Liberia is that now we know that the EPA, Liberia's EPA, have been
Mm.
doing a lot of work trying to get people out of swamps and the marshland, and people are building in some of these swamp areas, and when it rains, their homes get flooded. And so now, if the rains are coming, throughout the year and no specific period, how are these folks dealing with flooding, and mosquitoes and all of that, especially those who build in those in where we used to have swamp land, considered swamp land, and how are they coping? How they're dealing with this climate change
Yeah,
situation?
the climate change situation. Yeah, everyone is trying to adjust somehow because, take for example the EPA. The EPA has been working closely with some other individuals. They've been sending out citations, pieces of information to get people avoiding constructing their homes in the wetland, in the swamp. There's also been series of messages about the cutting of the mangrove as well. That those places that are meant to be wetland, they should remain wetland. And if you want to construct, in fact, there is a process where before even constructing your home, for example, you need to have a permit from the Ministry of Public Works. I think there's a zoning department there, and they're working closely with the with institutions like EPA, for example, to ensure that that happens.
But
The doing
is that being enforced though? I mean,
no, the
it's on the
enforcement.
books, but I mean,
Yeah,
those
the
things being
enforcement is
enforced
very
because,
weak,
like
very weak.
here, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's like a no. It doesn't matter. Jesus comes down, or you are related to any top official or whatever. I mean, what typically happens over there. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's just no way possible, no exception that you will be allowed to build in the wetland or swamp, you know, I mean, around the city. I mean, it's just not possible. I mean, it's just a big no.
Yeah, and that in itself, because the enforcement is weak, it has further increased the whole flooding situation. I remember sometime 2019. Okay, from 2019 to 2020, I followed closely the reports, the different media reports, citing those different statistics from some of those institutions connected to the disaster management and so forth. And I remember in 2019, the statistics stood at 19,000 people who got affected as a result of flooding, displaced, and all of that. But then, interestingly, the next year it sort of tripled. The stat was quoting some number around 60,000, and for every year we hit the rainy season, there's a very good number of people who get displaced and all of that, and it's increasing every time because the communities are expanding as well. People get to construct homes. The drainages are disregarded because when the zoning is not in place, you know, where the alleys will be open, the drainage is laid out, and where do you construct this place is a waterway. All of these things are disregarded. Then it creates room for a chaotic situation during the rainy season, you know, and that's exactly what we've been seeing over the past time. Yeah, that's how it's been.
So, how are the roads now? The construction, just you bring up to speed, especially for those of us who are not in the country, outside of the country. The what was it, 28-mile road from the EAWA intersection to Robertsfield. You know, is that road? Is it completed now? Is it done? I know there were some lights put
Yeah.
on the streets there. I mean, what's the situation like now?
You know, that road is a major corridor, and
Yeah.
so it is that corridor that sort of welcomes every single person coming to Liberia for the first time. And so once the work there got started, a lot of people were very excited. At a point, we saw the work took off at a fast pace and things going on very fast. Drainages were being installed. The asphalt pavement started to expand. But as it stands, the work is on pause. I think you know that there's
Why is that? Do you know? Have you all done any reporting or investigation as to why it has stalled?
No, so we have some information around that. What I gathered is that there's some investigation going on um, involving the company that's currently doing the work along that
East,
corridor.
was it East
Yeah,
International? So is it the name of
international,
the
yeah.
company?
So because the investigation is going on, the work had to be paused so that once the investigation is concluded, then there will be a decision as to whether East continues the project or as to whether it's going to be given to another vendor. These are all things that will be established. But yeah, the work is on pause. Lights were put on very let's say some time ago, you know, recently. So portion of the corridor is light up from the barracks coming up onto ERW Junction. You know, there are just brief interruptions in between there, but that corridor is light up. But once you pass that point, if you're leaving from ERW, once you pass the barracks, somewhere around there, you know, the entire place is in the dark. Yeah.
So the entire 28-mile road, I believe it is. How many miles of that of the full length of the road have been paved, and what is left to complete the full length of the road. Can you tell us?
You know,
Do you know?
Damo has some engineering background, so maybe when the man come on, he will speak to that. But really, I can't speak to that. I really don't know the.
I mean, but you don't need to be Nelson. You don't need to be an engineer to say, okay,
No,
okay,
I'm just.
10 miles have been paved and it's balanced, 18 miles. If it's
Yeah.
it's
No,
8
but
miles.
actually, yeah, I was just trying to put them on. But actually, I've not laid my hand on that information yet. That's something. In fact, I would try to get. I will make some inquiries surrounding that. Moving forward. But right
Yeah,
now,
because I mean, part of what I'm hearing is that the bridge. I think they're doing some heavy construction work on the bridge, and they have to. I'm not sure how far the work on the bridge, how far is gone. But in any case, okay, no, just curious, just trying to ask all these.
So I'm going to try to make some adjustment now.
Okay.
I have some adjustments to make. So Damo will come in while I try to make that adjustment. So I will turn my my webcam off for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can just handle things just for a few seconds. I'll be right back. Damo will come.
Okay. Well, if you're just joining us, we'd like to say welcome to Spoon Talk. The rest of the team will be joining us here shortly. My name is Winfred Russell. I'm based here in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. The rest of the folks, especially the producers and other controllers, they are in Monrovia. And as Nelson said before he left, he will be doing some technical adjustments to the set and we'll be back. Meantime, we are awaiting the arrival of the lead moderator, Stanton Witherspoon. He will be joining us shortly. And all of the other panelists will be joining us. So if you're just coming in, if you're listening to us on the radio, we will be coming on pretty soon. And for all of those who are watching us, wherever you are, please share the show. We have Mr. Diamond Slanger here, and he will be taking over from here on. So I just wanted to say welcome to you all, and we appreciate you joining us every weekday and on the weekend sometimes in supporting this network. Share the show, call your friends, let them know that we are on. Diamond, you're muted.
Yeah, Mr. Russell, you said you were a talk show host, how you used to rock the town back in your day and everything. And you staggering, trying, like when Nelson said, oh, let me do my technical adjustment, you were like, hey, you got me leading on my head. How come?
No, I mean, it's still my day, my man. I was in high school, brother. But,
high school thing you were doing our child journalism?
No. So I did high school.
Put fire in the team, Mr. Russell. Put fire in the team. Yeah.
So let me tell you now. So then, because I excelled there, and I was given a scholarship to come and study broadcast journalism in the U.S. So that's how I came to the U.S. I came to the U.S. on a broadcast journalism scholarship.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Thank you, Mr. Russell. Thank you, folks, for being with us. Nelson has to do some technical work, so I have to sit in quickly. The rest of the panel will join us on the show. A lot happening in the country. We have good talking points, Mr. Russell. I heard you quizzing Nelson about the RIA highway project, and what we've noticed is that there seems to be a lot of bad spots popping up on the road, and the construction works not done yet. That calls for serious.
What do you mean bad? What do you mean bad spots, though?
Some part of the road is already cracking up and breaking. They've gone to cut and paste, and it's getting bad, even though the road is not yet done. And there's been questions about the thickness of the road as well. If you ride
the
on
quality. But I mean, don't we have quality control there at the Ministry of Public
that
Works?
is the work of the Ministry of Public Works, and that's part of our job. What we need to do is to bring up, these things for them to investigate. The thickness of the road has come to question. Like if you travel from Sanikole to Logatu, or you travel from Monrovia to Ganta, you see the thickness of the road is different. It's really thick. They go over it twice. It's either 8 inches thick like that. If you travel from Saclipie to Tapeta, the new pavement that is currently ongoing, is even thicker. If you look at the actual old RIA highway, it's thicker. If you look at the asphalt, is thicker than what is currently being put on the road. So there's been a lot of.
So why is that? Are the folks are trying to cut corners? Why is that?
Well, only the Ministry of Public Works can answer that question, and we'll be posing that question plus many other questions. But a lot of things happening in the country, Mr. Russell. As we bring on the rest of the guys, keep sharing the show. Kindly, please do that. But Edwin Snow is in America. He's at an energy, oil and gas energy summit. There in Texas. We'll be talking about that a bit. He'll be on the show tomorrow to give us in depth of what his participation in that particular, conference is all about. We'll just brush over it this night. And then EDG, the electricity, if you want to say in French, du Guinea, the company that can generate the electricity in Guinea, that does the distribution and the maintenance and everything that supplies Guinea. All of a sudden, they have technical issues, Mr. Russell.
Okay.
They've informed LEC that, look, we got technical issues, so would I be giving you a car?
Wow.
Yes.
But have we paid for it? And what happened to the CSLG line, the one
it's
that
all
comes
part
in
of the
from
CLSG line,
Okay.
It's all part of the CLSG, the whole the whole network.
Okay, so that one is from Guinea. What happened to the one from Ivory Coast?
But now they say, since the whole Bola thing started now, they're telling LEC, say, oh, we got technical problem. But tomorrow we'll be visiting LEC to find out what the technical problem is, whether it's political pressure, being put on us that, look, if you don't let this Bola thing go, we'll take away our electricity, we'll start to tighten screws from different angles. But again, that raises the question, why can't we do it for ourselves? Now that we depend on other countries and now we have issues with Guinea, the EDG get problem. So he said, brace yourselves. We'll be talking about that as the rest of the guys come on. The president and the vice president visited the family of the late Representative Solomon George. I heard Isaac Do and the rest of the guys representing CDC have got a different angle on what the vice president said. They'll be coming on the show. They've got their own clip as well. They will be making their case on the program tonight, plus other things we have to discuss, on the show. Remember, Ivory Coast said their generation now, what they're giving us, dropped from 50 megawatts to 10.
Dang.
Now, EDG is saying they get technical issue. So, our belt. But we'll talk about that later on the program. So, everybody, kindly please share the show. Nelson Dick calls the president. Also, had a cabinet meeting today. We're told that cabinet meeting was mainly focused on the mining and energy sector. I will be speaking to our sources as well. And the Samuel case, the Samuel case is also taking a turn. The prosecution, which is the state, presented its second witness. Will be calling our judicial correspondent, Melvin Jackson, to tell us what unfolded there at the court today. So you're welcome to the show. This is the Spoon Talk. The CEO, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon, will join us later on during the course of the program, but the rest of the panel will definitely be joining on the show. But Mr. Russell, what's on your mind? What's on your mind? What brought you here today? What's on your mind?
A lot of things are on my mind. I mean, you just alluded to some of them. I mean, I know it was in the chat room. I mean, all the topic areas, all the various juicy topical areas that we would be discussing. So, Liberia, of course, the situation at the border is concerning. A lot of folks, talking about it, and we will be talking about that too as well. Also concerned about the issues around climate change that seem to have been, impacting not only Liberia but many countries around the world. But of course, a poor country like Liberia, where you have lax enforcement of zoning laws and zoning codes and all of that, and see what that is doing to people building in areas that they are not supposed to be building in, like within the wetlands and swamp and marshlands, and destroying that entire fragile ecosystem there. I mean, that's something that I'm concerned with and thinking about. But there are a lot of other critical issues concerning the kitchen table, how people are affording or not affording to put food on the table. So looking forward to a very healthy conversation, healthy discussion, Diamond, and I'm excited to be here. I've been busy the last couple of days with a number of things happening here in Minnesota, with the elections coming up, and then we're bringing the Lone Star. We'll be talking about that. We'll be bringing them on the show sometime. We arrange with you all. We'll be talking about that. But it's going to be a big July 26th year in Minnesota. I hope Spoon is represented. So either you, Diamond, or Nelson, we have to find out which one of you all will be representing the station here.
Are you sending invitation for all the kind of America?
Oh, I would. Of course, without hesitation, I'll be sending you an invitation.
But you have to send it 3 months prior.
Yeah. Without hesitation. Yeah, for sure. Because I know you all will do a fabulous job.
You send invitation here, and then you say you want to work.
No. But that's what I'm saying. Now
we'll just slip on all the person. Now we'll choose either you or that will just slip on. But anyway,
we will flip the coin. We'll flip the coin. But because I know the LFA is bringing up media representation, the Youth and Sports bringing up media representation. So the biggest network in the country obviously would need to have media representation here. So, and you can rest assured we'll be sending an invitation to Spoon to come and cover this big international friendly between Minnesota United and the Lone Star.
Okay, thank you for the initiative. That's a good one. I watched a video there of you guys. I think it was at a stadium or something like that. Sorry if I'm not wrong on it.
Yeah, the practice ground. That was the practice ground.
Okay, all right, and that's a good one. We employed Liberians, home and abroad, who do and go across length and breadth, to be able to showcase what we can do as a country to other parts of the world as well. So we'll be speaking to our correspondent. We wait at least 5 minutes to call Melvin Jackson. He represents us there at the court, so that he can bring us up to speed with the Samuel Tour and others trial that is currently ongoing at the Temple of Justice. We'll be speaking to our correspondent there in Lofa County. We're getting reports that tensions, simmering tensions there at the border point is kind of, cooling over. If that's the case, we've been informed that LRRC is there. The National Disaster Management Agency is also there. They sent a team for facts finding, but he's on the ground and he's going to bring us up to speed with what's happening there at Solomba. We've been hearing a lot of conflicting reports. The Guineans and the superintendent of Lofa yesterday had to quell those rumors that age-old cornerstones were being removed, thereby removing the demarcation between Liberia and Guinea, but that was dispelled as not to have happened. So these are the kind of transparency the Liberians are looking for, getting from their government as to how this matter is going to be handled. But the question is, with EDG telling LEC that they now faced with technical issues, is that a diplomatic language for We cannot give you current until things are settled.
It sounds like it, though.
As I said, to investigate, to ask them questions on tomorrow, what information they will give out. But they put out this press release, Mr. Russell, and we just put out this release for our people to see. This is the release. I'll read it from my phone, but it's on the screen. That's the bottom page. Let me get the first page of that release. Okay, that's somewhat towards update. Okay, so this is the release from LEC, and they said we should brace ourselves for more outages. Two-part. This press statement covers two parts. So the first part is this is what they said. It says for immediate release, maintenance work to affect regional electricity imports to Liberia. Monrovia, Liberia, March 26, 2026. The Liberia Electricity Corporation, LEC, informs the public that it has received official communication from its regional counterparts regarding scheduled maintenance works on their transmission network. According to Transco CLSG, maintenance activities will be carried out on its 225 kV transmission lines from March 26th, which is today, to March 28th, 2026, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. daily. That is for maintenance works to affect the 26th to the 28th. Then this is the second part that has got a lot of questions, coming up, arising. Additionally, EDG. So our people want to know what EDG is. So EDG stands for electricity, if you can speak French, du Guinea. So that's their version of LEC.
Yeah, LEC, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's their version of LEC. Additionally, EDG has also reported technical issues with generation. So they're experiencing technical issues with generating electricity, meaning they will have to prioritize their country first. Whatever they can generate will have to be used within the bailiwicks of Guinea. You serve your horse first before you serve Osa. So additionally, EDG has also reported technical issues with generation. Henceforth, power supply will be reduced to Liberia until the issue is resolved.
Wow, that's big.
Where is EDG?
That's big.
EDG is in Guinea.
Yeah.
Who's having border tensions with Liberia?
Guinea. Wow.
As a result of these issues, power supply to parts of Monrovia and surrounding communities will be interrupted or experience outages during the mentioned period. And the mentioned period is for the 26th to the 28th. The period that is not mentioned is how long this maintenance issue is going to last.
It's going to last,
the power generation issue is going to last in Guinea. So again, the language is fine. These temporary disruptions are necessary to facilitate essential upgrades and to ensure the long-term reliability and sustainability of the regional power supply network. To reduce the impact of these disruptions, LEC will utilize its thermal and hydro generation capacity to provide partial electricity supply. Customers are therefore encouraged to plan accordingly and take the necessary precautions throughout the maintenance period. Remember, they kept stressing on the maintenance period. That is what is going to happen from the 26th to the 28th, but said nothing further about what information they got from EDG. And EDG's own case here is their power that they can generate, they get a problem with generating the power.
So let me ask you, Diamond, thank you for reading that and sharing it with our listeners and our viewers. What is the situation like now as we speak? Power situation in the country. Has it been stable? Has it been constant? What is the situation?
So stability is relative. When you enjoy 24 hours supply of electricity 7 days a week, 365 days a year, your stable is different from our stable.
True.
So constant is also different. So what we have is we have interrupted distribution of power. It's more of a load shedding exercise that is ongoing. Already we've had the issue of whenever it's dry season, we face the issue of unstable current. So the current is unstable. It's not stable. Even per Liberia standards, it's not stable. Because when it's rainy season, we get somewhat stable, but still a bit interrupted electricity.
Yeah.
So now during the dry season, and with all of what we experiencing, remember the LECMD said from 50 megawatts now it dropped to 10 megawatts that we're getting from Ivory Coast, and now EDG is saying they have generation issues, so their supply to Liberia is going to be limited. They have to sort out what issues they face with in Guinea. So yes, we should brace ourselves for more disruptions or interruptions when it comes to electricity supply in the country. But anybody tells you that we have stable electricity, that is not factual. We have somewhat of a timeline, and even the timeline, is difficult to detect because whenever there are issues, depending on where you live, you might get 8 hours, you might get 10 hours, you might get 6 hours, and the rest depending on where you live. So that's what's happening.
Now, okay, so we have this intermittent power supply, across, especially metropolitan Monrovia, for the most part. Even if the company out of Guinea, even if they were to reduce their supply of electricity to Liberia, the fact that we're about to start the rainy season, or the rainy season is about to start. The damage that, or the disruption that would have been caused by the by what Guinea is trying to do, or is planning to do, the impact will not be as severe because of the rains now, right? Can we logically make that sort of conclusion? The fact that the rain's about to start, and typically during the rainy season, we have a very strong power generation coming out of the Mount Coffee Dam in Monrovia. So even if Guinea were to reduce what they're sending to Liberia, it will be balanced off because now the rains are coming, and so we will get a much more robust power generation coming out of Mount Coffee. Is that a fair analysis, or prediction, I should say?
So I cannot speak to the technicalities of what they do there at LEC. Again, during the rainy season, we still get current from the CRSG transmission line. As to whether during the rainy season, what's our generation capacity? The last time I visited my Coffee hydropower plant along with President Boykai, it was only one operational turbine. So I haven't been there for a while as to whether now.
How many turbines do you have in total? 3? Is it
supposed to be 3, but only one is operational. So whether now they put the second one online, I cannot speak to information I do not have. That is the reason, Mr. Russell. Tomorrow, I'm leading a team to pay a facts-finding investigative mission to LEC. These are information that Liberians need. To
LEC or to Mount Coffee, or you just going to LEC?
LEC manages Mount Coffee. Mount Coffee is
I understand that.
The power
generation. But you go to the source, right?
Of LEC. So we want to go to the head office because they will give you the green light, whether you go to Mount Coffee or not. But the head office of the Liberia Legislative Corporation handles everything that happens at Mount Coffee. So Mount Coffee is just the generation plant. They have another sub plant at Bush Road, that uses thermal. That is the heavy duty generators that they use. That is a huge word. So you have to go to the head office, and then they will inform you, because that's where they got all the corporate officers and the rest. So they will speak to you from there. But Liberians need this information. Remember, electricity is security. It's a national security thing. That you're getting this from EDG telling you they cannot provide you with electricity because they're now faced with generation issue. Whether again that is a diplomatic language for saying right now we're not the best of friends, so I will put pressure on you on every way, to make you to give me what I want. That is the issue. But we have a 20 megawatts solar power plant that is being constructed at Mancoffey. I was there for the
groundbreaking.
The groundbreaking ceremony. Thank you. As to how that project too is proceeding, how soon that will be online, and what contribution that is going to make to our national grid. These are some of the questions we'll be going to LEC tomorrow to ask. And remember, Liberians need this information, because without electricity, businesses don't go. People put their money into businesses and they start to spoil. They lose money. Without electricity, people lose their home materials, their food, and the rest. So electricity is very key. And at this stage, if we have a neighbor that we now have issues with, and the person say, "Oh, remember looking at the cheering when you're playing with your friend football." Either you kick it high or you get fell. Man say, "Game of football." The high looking right now us. So giving telling us they get issue with their generation, so they don't know when to fix it and everything. But we'll definitely find out what's the plan, the contingency plan, because this concerns the government a lot. And what plan do they have to make sure that we can have some sort of stability to our electricity grid? And we should be looking at long term as well, Mr. Russell. We should be looking at long term as a country. What's our generation? Strength. What?
I mean, but a long term. I mean, energy diversity is also critically important. I know you talk about solar. The solar farm they're being constructed at the Mount Coffee dam, or within that vicinity. But I think one of the critical things. I mean, we are a coastal country, so the wind energy. We're looking at solar energy. I mean, but we need energy diversity for sure. But within the country, the grid. I know I've said this before, and I'm not trying to compare, because it's like apples and plum. It's completely different. What I'm about to say, but just for context. I mean, and I agree with you. And I mean, it's straightforward how important energy is, as far as national security is concerned. I mean, having stable electricity, it contributes to the economy. It contributes to stability. It contributes to our national security. Not having that is an existential threat. I mean, having it be controlled, and we're getting energy from all these different countries. I mean, it's a difficult thing. So I do agree wholeheartedly that we need to come up with and apparently it's being done now, but we need to come up with some strategy to ensure energy diversity in the country. In Brooklyn Park, for example, which is a city of about 90,000 people, right? The energy that we generate from solar, it is so much that we give it out to homes, and businesses around the city compound, for example. And it's since I've been in Brooklyn Park, Diamond, for context, not trying to compare the situation, but just to give you some context. I mean, I know for us here, we take it for granted, right? So that's part of what I'm mentioning this. I've been in Brooklyn Park, in this part of Minnesota, for about 15 years. And the entire time I've been here, the electricity, I've not seen the electricity with all of the snow we get and rain and all of that. I've not seen electricity flicker, the light never even flicker, not even one time. Not for 30 minutes, not for 15 seconds, none whatsoever. So so that's why when you said, when you talk about stability and electricity stability and all of that, is relative, because for me, I can't even relate. I can't even understand.
We hear you, Mr. Russell. We're trying to place a call to our judicial correspondent to bring us up to speed with the Samuel Swear and others. Their trial currently ongoing at the Temple of Justice. But just a quick question to you. Today's show is going to be more interactive. Once the rest of the guys come on the show, we want Liberians to contribute as well to this conversation. This issue of energy generation, distribution, maintenance. Should we be looking at the private sector, a PP, a private public partnership, a PPP, to say, look, we cannot do it ourselves. Should we be looking at alternative? As you said, we should be looking at alternative generation sources like turbine energy, wind energy, if you want to call it that way. Honestly, we got a lot of rivers and the rest, or we don't have the market for that to now say, look, let's go into the private sector to bring them in and let them go into generation, distribution, and then LEC or LERC can play more of a regulatory role to make sure that Liberians are not extorted. And then once we have a stable supply of electricity, we can attract more investors, because mind you, big and large scale companies, when they come into the country and they have to generate their own power, it takes away a lot from them. That's why sometimes we take the cost and all of these things. Should we be looking at the private sector for generation, distribution, or we should settle it ourselves?
I think so.
Just a case in point.
Yeah.
Now, the
yeah,
Guineans are telling us
think so,
they cannot give us current
Mhm.
because they have generation issue. And honestly, I take that as a diplomatic language that is speaking to us.
It's a threat.
That's just it. It's simply telling you that if we have this issue and you depending on me for current, I take my current away.
Yeah. It's a threat. There's the dependency. So I know I do agree with you, Diamond. In most places I have lived and I have been, including here in the US, energy generation, distribution, all of it is run by the private sector. Now, I'm not an energy expert, so you have the likes of former managing director Christopher Nia. There were a bunch of Liberians trained, in this sector. I know another fine young Liberian who is an energy, policy expert. His name is Francis Anderson from Rhode Island. He is very experienced and highly credentialed in this space. So we have a lot of Liberians in the energy sector who can speak to this. But I wholeheartedly agree with you, and there are many others who have said that we need to diversify our energy generation, energy distribution. All of that needs to be diversified. But we also need to look to the private sector. They shouldn't be run by the government. And many of those SOEs, by the way, Diamond, whether it's the National Port Authority, whether it's the LPRC, many of those are run by, I know in Liberia there are semi-autonomous entities, but many of them are run by the private sector, not by government. So I think we need to revisit that. I'm sure there are a lot of people who will support that. And some people, of course, will not support that. But there are many others who have made the case. People who are smarter than I am, who are in this sector, in the energy sector, who have made a case for why we need to privatize LEC. why we need to privatize our energy, production in the country. So I mean, it's a given, Diamond, because we're seeing over and over, how important it is, and the challenges that we've had. Now we're dependent on Ivory Coast. We're now dependent on Guinea trying to, bluff us. And we're not even bluffing us.
No, they're not bluffing you, Mr. Russell. They're telling you, they're forcing you into a corner that you will have to negotiate from a weaker position.
Yeah.
If they're contributing to the CRSG line and they're saying that, look, since you have this issue with me now, our generation has dropped, so we cannot give. That putting millions of Liberians in the heat. That's giving you unstable electricity. It's like you can't stay on your own, and the person that's giving you support, the two are not speaking. Like you honor the ego arm. They say ego your arm, and the ego won't drop you. That's where we are. So they're putting you in a corner that you will have to go back and go and discuss their terms. How do you do it?
Diamond, this is it comes back down to, and I'm sorry, it's not to politicize the issue, but it is political. I mean, of course, but it comes back down to the result of having poor leadership in the country over and over and over, that these critical issues have not been addressed. I mean, to be in a situation, like we're in now. I mean, it has exposed us to this sort of manipulation by the Guineans, by treating us the way they were treating us, and now, because we have this dispute at the border. So they think that, they have a bigger, issue that they can hit us with, and we're in a very vulnerable position as a nation, and we should not be in a position like this. So I don't understand, all of these governments and previous government. I mean, we have a lot of smart people around. Why haven't we addressed this issue around, energy production, energy diversification, energy distribution, all these years? I mean, it is hurting our economy, it's hurting our people. So it's not about, going to bed and you don't have the fan on or the AC on. I mean, it is much bigger and it's much more critical than just that. I mean, that's a well-being issue. But we're talking about jobs. We're talking about businesses being able to, run generators that cost so much money. And that's why the hotel rooms in Monrovia, for example, I mean, it's so high. That's why prices are so high. All of those things are tied to that, because the energy that they rely on to run these businesses, the price of energy is so high, Diamond.
Thank you.
So a lot of this stuff just comes to that.
We have Wanto on the show now. Wanto Tia Wanto, the scholar par excellence. How are you doing?
I'm good, Damo. It's a very fascinating conversation. Winfred, what's up? How are you? Happy to see you again.
Good, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we'll just bring you straight into it, Russell. So the Guineans have told LEC that they face with generation issue. So thereby their supply to Liberia is not going to be as it is. Technical issues, generation issues, or you see it as part of the spillover from the border tensions that were simmering between the two countries?
I think it's
okay, so Wanto is off. Probably his device just got interrupted. So when Wanto gets back, we'll bring him on. We'll keep running the show until the rest of the panelists can join us, including the former CEO and lead moderator of this network. This show, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon. Our first conversation point is already faced with issues of interrupted electricity supply in the country, and then LEC announced today on their official Facebook page that they've received a communication from EDG. EDG is Guinea's own version of LEC, that they have issues with generation henceforth power supply to Liberia will be reduced until that those issues can be solved. What issues? They just said technical issues they're having with generation, and if you can put one or two together, if you take it as technical issues, that is for you to reason that it's just technical issues. If you take it as a diplomatic, coded communication that we now will use our electricity as a leverage over you, that is for you. But the key point here is that all Liberians, irrespective of whichever side of the aisle you find yourself, is that we have failed ourselves immensely. The fact that we have to, rely solely. I know others will come in and say, yes, other big countries, have electricity being supplied to them from different countries as well. But ours is, where do we get the strength to build up what we already have? The Guineans have said they have technical issues. Technical is it as it is, or part of the spillover from Solomba?
I think I'll be genuinely, wrong to just judge the outcome of the decision making process from Guinea. But I think also I'll accept the opinion on the fact that it could be, inspired by the existing border tension. Because the truth to the matter is that Guinea, I always say this for those of us who study history, dictatorship, governance, change into democracy is built on the principle of building some sort of a nationalisms, and that desire for nationalism create a sense of patriotism. So the government of Guinea have seen the perfect scenario to build that sort of patriotism, and that's what they're doing, and they will milk the situation in the best way possible, because every time they do that under that justification that we are defending the people, we are defending sovereignty, none of our land will be done, we are deporting people. These are, in historical and political theory, these are populist theory and policies that transition people from understanding, failures of government or governance with our ideas. But this is terrible for Liberia, Damo. I agree with you and Russell comment. Liberia is since 1847 at this stage. We are still, at the mercy of our neighbors. We might ask ourselves if our declaration of independence at a very early stage, justified our current status, because most
Do
of
you
these
think our
countries.
declaration of early independence has contributed or justified where we are as a country?
To be fair enough, I think in the age of William V.S. Tubman and some of the previous history, we did have some of the most sustainable economy. Even before World War One, we have one of the most sustainable economy across Africa. A part of our situation, always time we build it under the principle of the civil conflict, but I do not agree that civil conflict is the only proponent of where we are currently. There's bad governance, there is lack of leadership, there is an exceptional layer of lack of patriotism. Because if any governance system is patriotic enough, they will antagonize the issues that we have with pure desire to solve them. The truth here is that we're running 1.2 billion out of budget. Where is the here's the most important thing. I don't know if you guys touched on that. We received 257 million under the Unity Party for the Millennium Compact. The previous Millennium Compact we received, all of that funding went directly to electricity. Everything. The whole 257 million that went to electricity. So the fact that we spent 257.
Just to bring you back, that first compact, was it implemented by the Unity Party government?
It was under the Unity Party government we got the compact. The implementation started under the Unity Party government. Or we receive it on the early stage of the Unity Party government, if I'm not mistaken. But the truth of the matter is, it's not even about the implementation. Sometimes we have to critique developmental process. You see, the difference with Ghana is this, and one of the biggest conversations we must have in this country is how many Liberians are being employed in the developmental projects across Liberia. One of the highest pay, and maybe this may be new information for you. One of the highest paid public servant in Liberia is an expatriate that worked with the World Bank project on Liberia Electricity World Bank project, making more than the salary the president is making. He studied at Bristol University in the UK. You should research that. But that's the point. Ghanaian will critique who are operating this project. They will have a sense of saying we want 50 to 60% Ghanaians to be the one implementing the developmental project, and there will be no sense of patriotism. We must also negotiate extensively to ensure that the project meets the dividends of Liberia desire. We're now discussing new compact project. Maybe this situation means that we can change the entire compact and focus on electricity, because this is embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Now, how can you even declare one Guinea for the Guinea control your electricity? Maybe I understand say what Baga said delay. I understand that because you go for Guinea now, Guinea, you will go and cut out the electricity. Where you found that?
Dr. George or Mr. George, you're welcome to the show. So the compact was signed 2015, 2016, implemented from 2016 up to 2021. So both the UP and the CDC played pivotal role in the implementation of the Millennium Compact, Liberia's first compact that we received. Because remember, 2016, you had 2017 election. President Weah won in 2017, and then lasted up to 2023, his tenure. So if the compact was signed in 2015 and it started to get implemented in 2016, meaning the United Party government at the time only had a year or two in the implementation of that particular compact. The CDC government took the rest of the implementation years. So I just wanted us to be, on par with that one too, that both the UP and the CDC were involved in implementing the first compact the country received. If
So
all of that,
my point wasn't on only governance, right, Dama? My point is that systematically we must investigate the outcome of developmental project in Liberia, and this is a fair analysis. The reality here is that at the negotiation stage of these projects with the IMF, this is where we are able to antagonize the project and understand how many of the project is going to workforce, how much is paying salary. Sometimes the 257 million investigate almost close to 60% goes to salary. And the expatriates who are coming to be on a salary, they are not even Liberians. These are foreign expatriates. They pay the millions in the country for this project. So for me, I do think, that there's so much that we can be able to think about in developmental process. Because the reality here is that this situation is embarrassing. Maybe we can think about administrative cost cutting in our budget. Because right now, as we speak, a lot of our budget going to administrative function. We're paying lawmakers. So in fact, the lawmakers, they increase their salary, they increase the traveling allowance in the current budget we have. The $1.2 billion budget we have, almost close to 70% is on public administration alone. These are the conversations we must have. How many of these funding we are putting out and the revenue we are delivering, how much is going to the actual needs of the gap we have in services?
That is a good point, Wanto. That is a very good point. We'll get back to that. Dr. George, you welcome to the show. Our first topic on our discussion is the communication from LEC. And just as a reminder, tomorrow we'll be headed to LEC on a fast-finding mission to know how the corporation plans on beefing up, closing up this gap that is going to be existing. The fact that Guinea have said that they have technical issues with generation of electricity, so their supply to Liberia is going to be reduced. That is a huge issue of concern, especially the timing as well, with this whole border tension simmering between the two countries. Dr. George, what do you make of this from the language of the communication, whether it's actually technical, or is based on a spillover from the border, the simmering border tensions between the two countries that has now led to a reduction in electricity supply to Liberia? And what do we need to do as a country so that we cannot be depending on others to always put their hands in our mouth before we eat? The day they close their palm, we starve.
Well, I believe that it's technical because they're not giving us the power free. We're paying for it. And the Guineans need the money, and the company that runs that particular power line also needs the money. So I don't think it has anything to do with the crisis at the border at this point, at this stage in the crisis, because the crisis is not at a stage that it cannot be managed. It is, and the Guineans are not losing anything in this crisis we have at the border right now. They are in full control of everything that is happening at the border. And again, as I said previously, we're not receiving the power for free. But this brings us to the conversation that Wanto was having with you. Look, the last compact was what, $257 million. 92.1% of that money was dispersed. So, was dispersed, and a million went into electricity. And by 2018, most of the money was spent on the renovation of the repairs of the Mount Coffee hydro. At the end of the day, after spending that amount of money, we got only 88 megawatts of electricity. So that's the issue. Some commentators have said that we have gotten more. But this is the thing about foreign aid, and that's one of the reasons why I always speak against aid, speak against begging mentality. When a nation, we studied in Nigeria, when I was working in Nigeria, we did a study. President Obasanjo have made a comment that over $1 billion was spent by the Nigerian government in funding the troops in Liberia. And it was something that brought up our it provoked our mind in when I was in core academics. And when we went to study, we found out that it was true. But most of that money was paid to the market, the big marketeers in Owerri, in Imo State, in states in eastern Nigeria for Gari, for the Nigerian soldiers. They Gari the purchase. In the north, it was spent on cattle, on cows that they purchased. But yet, then still, when they wrote the entire document, you read it, it felt that all that money came to Liberia. No, most of the money was spent in eastern Nigeria and northern Nigeria. Most of that did not come, and it was spent because of what they needed, or the logistics they needed to support the soldiers while they were in Liberia. It's the same thing we have found out with Western aid when we did it in the 1990s. And 2000, when we tried to do research on Western aid, you found out that most of those monies don't come to the home country. In fact, most of the monies goes to, I agree with one-to-one this one, go to the expatriates. When they come, they have to pay. They have to pay for the facility. Let's take the UN, for example. They have to pay for that Pan-African Plaza building. And it's not 5 cents or 10 cents they pay. And it comes from that amount of money they're telling you about, the 250. Just if you take the example now, that 257 million have to pay for the offices. And one of with American fundings as compared to Chinese fundings, American fundings, when American fund, they fund their people to live well and stay well within your community. So they don't go buying cheap cars or cheap living in cheap places, right? They all those expand into the project management. So at the end of the day, you have to rely on yourself if you really wants to benefit from in developing your country, not relying on foreign partners. So yes, we don't have electricity today.
How do we do it, Dr. George? How do we depend on ourselves? It's been over 2 decades since the cessation of hostilities in our country, and we're still struggling with electricity. There are others who are tooting the horn of privatization. Now, look, we can do a PPP, a public-private partnership, or outsource some of the aspect of LEC, to a private company, or open up a bid for others to open up a tender, for others to come in and bid to provide electricity, and have LERC as the regulator and the rest. What do you think about that idea? Because we've tried from the public angle, and we are still failing.
Oh yeah, look, we have to sit and know and agree what works best for us as Liberians. That's why we always make the mistake. Whenever you depend on foreign aid, the international community is thinking on what works best for their country. If that could sink in our head very well, we'll understand this. Every foreign aid that comes to you have to benefit the foreign country that it's coming from, not you. Nobody, there's this saying in international relations, there is no free lunch. Nobody call you to lunch and you think it's for free. It's for a reason. So how can we do that as Liberians? First of all, if privatization will work for us, can we study, there's the Jungle Electric thing in Nima County. Can we study if that is working? When I live in Monrovia on the old road, one of the things I quickly realized, and I think it still happens in Monrovia, there was the local electric, even though they were using generators, but there was the local
community current, and when I can come from 7 and 4/7.
Exactly. Local community current. Yeah. How effective are those local community current? Are they serving the community at a level where a community can get effective electricity? Those are the things we need to study. What benefits us? But we spend a lot of time running around begging other people for things. And when they give us this one, I will give you this. I will say it now because many years have passed. When we went for the Nobel Peace Prize in Norway, I was on a committee, not like government committee, INGO, the private sector committee, that went to the Norwegian parliament the same day, the same year that President Zarif won the Nobel Peace Prize. That year, the Norwegian government had an excess of 1 billion Norwegian currency, money, excess in foreign donation. So those of us who look for money, we went to a meeting. I went to the Norwegian Parliament and met with the Norwegian Foreign Authority with our group. We successfully got over 300 million. But the Norwegian government told us that this money cannot come to West Africa. In Liberia, the only thing we're concerned about in Liberia, so I didn't get some of the money. The only thing we're concerned about, even though I'm part of the team, the only thing we're concerned about in Liberia is reforestation. We are not concerned about all the things that we were asking for. They were not concerned about it. And most of those money went to East Africa and went to the albino. At that time, the albino issue was a very big thing in East Africa.
You are from the Alternative National Congress of businessman turned politician Alexander Benedict Cummings. From his business argument, his acumen, what you people talk, as an opposition party, you are a government in waiting, and you know the problems that we faced with in Liberia. From the ANC perspective, would you be looking at the same model that has been done over the years, or you looking at a private-public partnership or privatizing a sector there, either the generation aspect, because the generation is key, distribution is also key, but you have to generate enough first to be able to distribute enough to get it all across and make profit. From the ANC angle, Mr. George, what model would you be looking at to explore?
My political leader have been clear on many interviews. The one he had here on Spoon, the one he had on OKFM, and the one he had on Kia FM. He was very clear in stating what our objective and our aim will be to develop a viable private sector. And when it comes to power, generation, that's why I'm saying, have we gone to study whether Junco Electricity has been asking for the opportunity to electrify or the southeastern side of Liberia?
So Junco is only distributing. Junco is only distributing, not generating.
Yes. Have we gone to study the effectiveness of what they are doing? How effective it is? If Junco is effective, can we have a conversation with him whether he wants to go to the next level? He's distributing because of what he had, but can we have that conversation? So that is why I agree. That is public-private partnership that we will go into. The government of Liberia spent over 200 million. And
George, the ANC participated in the 2017 general elections. That was the introduction of Mr. Cummings. The ANC again participated in the 2023 elections.
No.
As CPP. Mr. Cummings was the standard bearer. Right. So the point I'm making is you've had enough time to study. You've had enough time, and you told the Liberian people at the time, and you're still telling the Liberian people that you have solutions. Is the electricity sector part of the solutions that you have for a country? Because to build a viable private sector, you must have stable electricity. So what's the ANC's plan to settle this perennial problem that we have? Are they looking at privatization as well? Are they?
I said initially that we're looking at the issue of working with the private sector and developing a public partnership. And Mr. Isn't Cummings have said it over and over. We have to develop a viable private sector that will be able to give us most of what we need. Government cannot continuously run this particular sector. Even LEC, even though we associate it with government at a level, it was organized to be an autonomous agency. to work outside of the scope of government and carry out its function outside the whole bureaucracy of government. So we have something going on in Liberia. What the Alternative National Congress is going to do is going to improve on what we have in Liberia by again increasing the private sector participation in electrification in Liberia.
Is generation part of that? Before I leave you and go to the Anthony Law, Jefferson Chison, is generation part of that?
Generation is part of that. We have successful electricity. Anybody who grew up in bond mines or grew up in what a place name, Yekepa, they knew that the companies have successful electricity in those areas. We already have examples on the book, and that's where the ANC were developed. Those examples that are on the book, those generations that took place in those communities at that time, how we can effectively build on that. And that is exactly what using private partnership in order to do it.
Thank you. So Dr. George says Cummings is going to fix the electricity problem in the country. We have the Anthony Law, Jefferson Chison on the show. We also have a counselor at law, the senior for him, Councillor Lafayette Biaku on the program. But Jeff, just as you chime in on the conversation, Guinea have said they get technical issue with generating current. So what they will be supplying us will be reduced drastically. Technical language or straightforward technical problem, or that is just to arm twist us and let us know that if you want to continue this is some of the things we contribute to your country, electricity for that matter as well. What's your take on that?
Dama, thank you, and good evening to Wanto. Wanto, now you're getting married, right? Congratulations. Russell and
Papa Ghana
Papa the secret from oh.
The mayor they see you can't you on air, national television and radio to say you led. What did I ever see?
Is she the girl we had a video call with the last time or a different girl?
No, Tando put me in trouble with his staff.
And the Honorable Councillor Gould. Good to see you. First, let me correct you down. I'm not Anthony Law yet. Let me correct that before my
you're like Liberia, your titles, my man.
Before my senior to correct me.
So if somebody graduates from law school with a GD
earlier than it should be, but we'll wait. You get there.
We'll get there gradually.
You guys,
I don't want to allow Councillor Gould to correct me again. Yes. Liberia electricity issue has been a long-standing thing. I remember even before the war, during the dry season, there will be power sharing. There will be time where LEC on the Brujo Island will come alive, and then the hydro will come alive at certain times, so they share power. And Madam Salif government did a very good job in trying to augment that. And when we came to power under the leadership of His Excellency President George Weah, we undertook initiative to upgrade our power supply, even in the dry season. So that's why you see the LEC extension that was signed by our former Minister Twe is going to extend as far as expanding our electricity from the hydro. Then we had the solar farm that is coming online. Once that project is concluded, you have about 20 megawatts being added. Then by the time the hydro is being expanded through the agreement signed by former Finance Minister Twe, you'll see that Liberia's electricity problem will be solved. But it's upon this government to be able to implement those agreements to the fullest. And we're hoping that they will do that. Once that is done, then it will relatively solve our electricity problem. But quite frankly, depending on another country that is supplying us electricity and now has reduced it to 10, it tells you that almost, there will be no electricity during the peak of the dry season. And this is something this government will have to work on seriously. They will have to expand our electricity grid to a larger extent. Because what we're running on now is just about what? 42 megawatts or something. Because if they reduce it by 10, what the hydro is giving is maybe 17. What 17 megawatt and what the LEC in Bushville Island will be giving maybe just another 17 to 20 megawatts. So, I mean, it will be so low for the entire country. And during the dry season is when people really need more electricity. I think this government should step up the game to see how they can expand it, not depending on, Guinea and other countries to contribute to our electricity.
With the timing of this announcement from the Guineans, do you take it as technical problem with generation, or that's a diplomatic language that was spoken to us? Do you think it's far beyond that?
Well, I think it's actually technical. I don't think it has any, diplomatic tie, because normally during the dry season, the river runs low, dams are underperforming. So of course, yeah, I think it's technical problem, but it's a reason why we should step up our game to ensure that we beef up our electricity supply, especially during the dry season. If you notice, during the rainy season, we have consistent supply of power, and that will happen when the Unity Party guys, including DeLong, started to boast that right now you have electricity and the money you will use to buy fuel, you can now use it to pay children's school fee or food. No, it was the rainy season advantage, and that has been happening all along. The rivers were filled, the dam were overperforming, so we have stable electricity. Not that this government did anything extra to have us having a sustained stable electricity supply during the rainy season. No, they didn't do anything. It's a normal thing.
Thank you, Jeff. I have 4 titles for now. Let me move on to Councillor Gould. That title for which I can say with surety. Councillor Gould, where do you stand on all of this? The Guineans have announced that they have technical issue with generation, so their supply to Liberia is going to be reduced. Others are looking at the optics and the timing as well. Guinea shares similar, weather with Liberia, similar. It rains in Guinea as it rains in Liberia, the same rainy season, the same dry season. We're almost approaching rainy season, and there are a lot of ifs and buts. What's your take on this first? Is it technical as in technical, or it's a spillover from tensions simmering at the border there?
Thank you, Damo. Let me say good evening to my fellow panelists, Mr. Russell, Wanto, Dr. George, and Jeff Chessy. The first thing that comes to mind is when did the agreement between Liberia and Guinea for power sharing from Guinea to Liberia entered into? Because, I mean, I don't know if it was in 2024, then I will say that it is not because of any dry season, but because of what is going on. I'm being careful. Because in the dry of 2024, we all followed this country and we saw the numerous praises. The dry of 2024 and running into 2025. We didn't see power sharing and this and that in Liberia. In fact, I mean, the LEC was like giving 100%. They were, yeah. So is it a special dry season? That I'll be careful now. Is it a special dry season now that we're experiencing, that the hydro or whatever is low in producing power? So Guinea now saying, well, we are experiencing the same thing too, and so we can give you power. We're having technical issue. Or is it because of the current situation that we have? So if the contract between them was entered into probably in 2025, right, coming, then we'll say this is the first dry season, right? That contract is experiencing its first dry season, and then we can conclude and say, okay, we think it's because of the dry, the low power, outage. That's why Guinea is holding back. So I'm not too sure when, but that's why I gave two scenarios. So if it was for 2024, then I would not say that it is because of low shot and low and outage, because 2024 dry up to 2025 was good. We didn't have issue of power sharing. I can't remember that. But now we're having power sharing. So if that contract was signed during then I would say now the fact that we did not experience power sharing during that period, I will attribute this now to the current tension. But if the contract was signed beyond the 2024-2025 dry season, maybe it was May 2025, then I can conclude and say, yeah, because then it is this dry season will be its first dry season, and that is the reason why it's having the experiences. So that's the two area that I find myself. I don't know when the contract was entered into, but generally, I would think, for me, I would start to think that maybe it's because of the tension, holding all factors constant. Maybe because of the tension. And this statement was not issued by Guinea, right?
No, it was the LEC stated that they received a communication from the EDG.
So did we see that? Was that communication posted? Was that communication posted that the Guinean authority, publish that, communication in terms of, we are not going to be, because of XYZ, will not be supplying current or whatever the case was? Or it was just a communication between the two institution, power sharing institution? I know this from LEC, but my point here is that LEC telling all Guinea to them. So I'm saying the Guinea, was there any publication from the Guinean authority, on that in this direction too, that will give us reason to say, oh yes, this is actually because of power shortage? Or
so
is
that's
it
the
that
reason we go into LEC tomorrow?
or is it that maybe our people too want to be very careful with how they send communication out, so they will try to make it, to sugarcoat it, to make it look more diplomatic? So saying that until we can get some of those information, it's hard for us to make a determination as to why they would not be sending current to us for the time that has been mentioned in the LEC's publication.
Thank you, Councillor Gu. So we'll be going to LEC tomorrow to ask all of these questions, but from their own communication that they posted, they had received a communication from Guinea that due to technical issues, with generation, their supply to Liberia will be reduced. And Guinea contributes electricity to Liberia through the CISG transmission lines from 30 megawatts up to 180 megawatts. That was announced by acting managing director at the time, Mohammed Sharif. What's his name? Yeah, I'm Mohammed Sharif at the time, but now he's the proper DG at LEC. So they contribute through the CISG transmission lines, 30 to 180 megawatts, depending on their peak generation. So the fact that LEC also announced about a week ago at MICAT that they had reduction in the electricity being received from Cote d'Ivoire from 50 megawatts to 10 megawatts. That's a drop by 40. So that alone was also a huge dip. And now getting this from Guinea as well. But we'll follow up on all of these questions tomorrow. And we're hoping that the management of LEC will speak to the key questions. They've assured Liberians that they will do their best through their thermal plant at Bush Road and the hydro at Mount Coffee to provide electricity to Liberians. So we want to table that for now. And let's move to the next topic on our discussion. We will be talking about the Samuel 12 trial. I hope none of you lawyers here have been put on a gag order. But we want to call our correspondent, our judicial correspondent, Melvin Jackson, who was at the court today. He published a story where a state witness or a prosecution witness, the second prosecution witness, laid out the process of how monies process and everything, the role of the central bank and all of that. But let's see if we can Melvin Jackson quickly to bring us up to speed with what transpired. And those of you who are legal luminaries can speak to this. The way Councilor Guza lead the show, and I talk about the Samuel 12, case. I don't know whether he's got a gag order on him. Okay.
I thought you were running from Russell. You want to if we get to me. That's why.
You can do something else. Let's take Melvin on the line. Melvin, how are you?
I'm okay, Tamo. I'm okay.
So you live on Spoon Talk. Kindly bring us up to speed with what transpired today in the courtroom there, the case involving the former finance minister and other co-defendants.
Yes, so today the subpoena winners from the Central Bank of Liberia appeared in court in person of one Jablo.
Kindly give us the full name, Melvin. You did your report. So we want to know, you're informing thousands and tens of thousands of Liberians. So kindly give us, detailed reporting of what transpired. If you just say one Jallo, people don't know whom that person is. So when you're ready, we are. Then we can go to you giving us your report, sir.
Yeah. So let's get to it.
Okay, let's get to it, Melvin. Go ahead.
So today, yesterday, the court subpoena. They were saying the court subpoena two key witnesses in this case. One from the Financial Intelligence Unit or agency, and he appeared on yesterday and testified in the case. And today you have the representative from the Central Bank of Liberia who appear in court on behalf of the Central Bank. And he informed court that you get me, Blamo? Tamo?
Yes, Melvin, you live. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Melvin, we're waiting on you, sir.
Tamo, you getting me?
You live, Melvin. Go ahead, sir. Melvin Jackson, if you're hearing me, you live. Okay, so we lost Melvin there. Probably it's due to network connectivity. But we will definitely call him back. He represents us there at the Supreme Court of Liberia. That's the judiciary. So he represents us there. We'll see if we can reconnect with him to bring us up to speed. And then we will discuss it a bit concerning what transpired. We did see a lot of different narratives on social media. There are those who are supporters of the former finance minister and the other co-defendants. They're saying that, look, the subpoena witness, distance the former finance minister from the entire transaction. There are those who said the testimony from the witness, further indicted the former finance minister. But let's get Melvin back if he's ready. Melvin, are you ready to give us the report now, sir?
Okay, I'm getting it now, Tamo.
All right, it's good that you're good. Let's hear you are. What transpired at the court today?
Yeah, so as I was saying, today, the representative from the Central Bank, that's the Director of Banking, with the name Williams Grant Jablo, appeared before the criminal court C today as a subpoena winner to the state. So when he appeared, earlier he has been subpoenaed to testify and produce the communications from the the Ministry of Finance through the FIA to the Central Bank and the checks that were issued to the Central Bank to produce them and testify to it, which is the subpoena justistical and attestabicando.
I'm gonna take down a little Latin word in here for Oba. Yeah, but go ahead. I mean, lead that thing will beg you. Just get all the meat, all the thing, and leave all that. The lawyer then will say the way they want to say.
Okay. So he appeared today, and then he was qualified and sat on the witness team. So on the direct, he did inform the court and the jury.
Which one is the direct? You're not speaking to lawyers and other paralegals here. Which one is direct?
The direct is since he was called by the prosecutions, that part of questioning him is referred to as the direct because they are the one who call him. So whatever they ask him is on the direct. When he turned to the other side, it's called the cross examinations. That is from the defense team. So he sat on the direct, as I was saying, and then he will ask concerning these documents and the names mentioned, which has to do with the letters and the checks that were issued from the Ministry of Finance to the Central Bank. So he did inform the court on today that he only came with the document, which is the communications, the minute, because they consider that in the settles as a minute from the Ministry of Finance to the Central Bank of Liberia. So these minutes were the one he brought before the court. So when you ask concerning the checks that should verify what the state first witness, which is the state prime witness that comes from the Ministry from the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commissions, the checks were validated what the state prime witness have earlier said. So he did inform court that the checks, what the central bank does is that every month, institution requests for bank statement and other relevant documents from the central bank. So when the central bank, according to that procedures, turning over these documents, they attach the checks to it, which is the original copy of it, sent to the institution.
So what did he say concerning the role of the former finance minister and other co-defendants? What did he say concerning the role played by former finance minister Twe and other co-defendants?
So when Mr. Williams Krenchalo appeared, he did inform the court that at the Ministry of Finance, there's a chain of command and there's a procedure as laid down at the Ministry of Finance. So at the ministry, a single person does not sign onto a check or a minute. So for the three individuals, that is the 10th former finance minister Samuel Tue, the 10th Controller General Jangaku, and the 10th Fiscal Affairs boss Samura Wolokori are the three signatories to every minute sent to this Central Bank of Liberia.
So in short, he said that Twe, the former finance minister, didn't sign alone, that he had other co-signatories. Samura Pize Wolokoli, Jangako, current chairman of the CDC, who was then Controller General of the Republic of Liberia, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so what? Just progress with us quickly.
Yeah, Tue cannot single-handedly sign onto any document or minute that comes from the central, the Ministry of Finance to the Central Bank. So all of the documents were signed by the three heirs then at the Ministry of Finance. Yeah, that was what he informed the court about today.
Was he cross-examined by the defense counsel?
So it was at a course he made this assertion that according to the procedure from the government angle, before any transaction is done at the central bank, these three key individuals who serve at the level of the Ministry of Finance have to sign before any minute from the Ministry of Finance can be granted at the Central Bank of Liberia.
Okay, we want to leave it at that, but before we go, we have Winfred Russell, Wanto, Tia Wanto, Jefferson Chesson, Councillor Lafayette Gu, and Dr. Emmanuel George. My last question on this is, when he was being cross-examined and he laid out the procedures there at this the Ministry of Finance, what was the reaction of the defense team and former finance minister Twe? Did they say, yes, what he's saying is what it is? Did the defense take this as a statement that could plant reasonable doubt in the heads of these jurors?
Yeah, so obviously, Damon, from the onset of this entire case, it has been an issue that people, 100%, if not the prosecution, look up to the former finance minister as a key player in this matter. So it has been the defense own quest or their own argument before the court that whatever was done, it was done in a chain of instructions to the Ministry of Finance and authorizing the withdrawal from the GOA account to the FIA account.
Okay.
So his statement today, it just according to what I got on the sidebar from some of the lawyers, validated what they've been pushing as the main issue to what's in that case.
Okay. Thank you, Melvin. Thank you for bringing us up to speed. I wish you a good night.
Thank you.
Melvin Jackson covers the judiciary for the Spoon Network. So this one, I'll begin with those with legal knowledge. Councillor Good, you listen to, and I know you've been following the minutes from this particular trial every day. Now, what do you make of the prosecution's second witness's statement concerning the chain and the procedure there at the Ministry of Finance?
Thank you. I think that witness appeared today to, what I would say, give a testimony that supports the government decision not to indict anybody from the central bank. Why I say so is if you look at the cost of the testimony, the key things that you find there the Ministry of Finance, when they make a request, when the Ministry of Finance makes a payment request to the central bank, it has to have all of the necessary signatures. That include the fiscal affairs, the person who disperses, the comptroller, and the minister proper. As far as he knows, that procedure or those procedures were followed. So the disbursement of the money to the FIA by the central bank was not outside of the normal procedure. It means that all of the signatories that they needed to have the money disbursed to the FIA account, they got those signatures. So the transaction from the end of the central bank was legitimate. That's what I see from it. It's more about clearing the central bank. Now, look, we did not do anything wrong in this particular matter, even though the others have been held for conspiracy, because of the asking. But the money was not to central to finance ministry. The money was to central bank. So if this money was to central bank and it left from central bank and went to FIA, why people at the central bank are not being held? Central bank said, no, there are procedures. Once you follow those procedures, we will proceed to make payment. And that's what I think for this whole, the small little things that we read today and what he explained, that's what I think is all meant to vindicate the central bank employees who, for reasons that the government did not go after because they from the follow the process. And also,
does this testimony in any way help the defense? Does this testimony in any way help the defense?
Well, I can't say whether it helps the defense or it helps the prosecution, because in any way, the central bank the way he testified is about clearing his own self, clearing himself. And that's how it looks like. Because look, I dispersed this money, but I didn't disperse the money also have the procedure. Because at the finance ministry, before when an order comes from the finance ministry, it must have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 signatures. And yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 signatures were present on the document. So I dispersed the money. Simple. What happened to it? They're not his business. But the fact here is that the central bank dispersed the money properly, rightfully, because the signatories that should have been on the document to order that disbursement were there.
As a former prosecutor, if you were in that courtroom and you were to bring a subpoenaed witness from the Central Bank of Liberia to testify in such a case that has got conspiracy as one of the charges, what angle would you be working?
No, if I discuss if I tell you the angle I'm working for now, then I'll either be discussing a case in favor of the prosecution, or
because
I'll be discussing.
You just said the testimony
didn't.
You can't say what I helped the defense or what I helped.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but one thing I can say,
as a seasoned prosecutor, I remember you from being at the court there every day. What angle would you be working? Is it to establish that these people conspired, as you can see, and they got the money out? Or the defense would be saying, look, procedures were followed even from this stage up onto the end. So how can you say we did something sinister when we followed everything and everything went through the channel? What angle would you work, Councillor Gu?
That's why I was about to explain the second part.
Please go ahead.
Because the first part clears the central bank. The second part now is a confirmation that the money was paid to the FIA. Right? So that's the second part of the testimony. The money was paid to the FIA. So it actually left the government account, consolidated account, or whatever account from the central bank to the FIA account. That one, there's no dispute now. So I would say the two things: the central bank cleared itself, and the central bank confirmed that yes, they actually paid the money. Because if the central bank people had come to them and said, oh, but yeah, we received the request, but the money was never disbursed, maybe we'll prepare a check or so, then I would say the government, in no case now, will be in limbo.
So now it shows that money was moved.
Yes, and which in fact officials of the FIA also did not deny. They said yes, they went and got the money from that. So it's just a follow confirmation, because all of what you see in trial, you write all of the things, but people must come to testify to those things that you write, that that you accuse people of. Oh yeah, they will drew the money. Oh yes, I will drew the money. Good. Somebody must come and testify to say yes, to confirm those things. Say, oh yes, the money was withdrawn. I paid the money to this person. And those are the two of the things that I see that happen end of today. One, the central government people clear, they passed the procedure, they were never in any conspiracy. And that's the reason why none of them were charged. The next point is that the money actually moved from the government consolidated account to the FIA account.
So we building up progressively this narrative. That one, yes, it has been confirmed that money was requested, amended, was sent. The central bank honored that mandate, and the money was transferred to the FIA. So the next one would be from the FIA, what happened to the money? It's clear now that money was disbursed. So, and central bank have said we followed procedure. That's the reason we are not in this case, as we don't have anybody from our angle indicted in this case, because we followed what was the procedure to have this money removed. Now, let's come to you, Jefferson Chison. Does this testimony that you listened to a Councillor who just laid it out from both angles, who does it help? The prosecution or the defense team?
Okay, so I quite agree with what the senior counsellor said. And I think he analyzed it perfectly.
No, when you come to your fellow lawyer colleague, you can be very, titan.
But give a careful legal reading of the testimony today. It shows, in my mind, it shows a failure by the prosecution to establish the essential element of criminal liability against TWE. Under criminal law, the state, in this case, must prove that Samuel Twe planned and executed the act beyond reasonable doubt. They got to show that he did it beyond reasonable doubt. And today, the central bank witness confirmed that the central bank merely processed the transaction. They did the administrative work. And that what went on, the instrument that was used, reflected institutional transaction, not personal. That means the entire finance ministry processed or authorized the payment. It was not personal. It was not Samuel Twe who authorized the transaction. And this information, to me, in my mind, directly undermines in fact, any assertion that Samuel Twe personally executed or control the entire transaction that could, indict him criminally. So the testimony today vindicated Samuel Twe in a way, and it's a gap in the prosecution case. I think
How does it vindicate the former finance minister?
It shows that
you go to the central bank with a mandate, you must satisfy all of your internal procedures, for which they did, knowing fully well that if you take an incomplete mandate to the central bank, they are far likely not going to honor that.
Yeah.
So if you are conspiring, you will make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's and take it to the next level. So, Jefferson, how does this now vindicate Mr. Twe? It could point to a well-planned conspiracy.
No. It showed that the entire finance ministry, the institution authorized the transaction. That means every financial regulation that was set in the finance ministry and the central bank was met. So it cannot be a single man taking that action. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you cannot, because you cannot convict the whole institution or charge the whole institution. No, they are charging Samuel Twe in this case. And so the central bank statement today or testimony today shows that Samuel Twe or the entire finance ministry authorizes the transaction, thereby, clearing him of, personally trying to conspire to eat the money. So it helps Samuel Twe in a way. And the evidence point to multiple signatories. Not one person signing. It's an institutional process that went on. It was not a personal, transaction by Samuel Twe. In my mind,
last question to you, Jeff, before we go to Dr. George and Wanto T12, has the argument been that former finance minister Twe single-handedly, or individually went for monies from the central bank through the FIA or that, or the argument has been that it was a well-concocted conspiracy that had multiple players? And you listen to the CBL guy's testimony in the subpoena witness that yes, the Ministry of Finance, the Controller General Janga Kowa at the time signed, the Deputy Minister for Physical Affairs Samura Wolokoli at the time signed, and Samuel Twe signed, making it 3 signatories to complete the process. Now, why is it you pointing to the fact that this might have had a look that Mr. Twe went single-handedly took the money from there and he's the only one being blamed?
No, but look at the case. They indicted Samuel Twe for economic
as head of the institution, and he played further roles in it.
No. In this case, not as head of institution. It's as if he personally tried to defraud the government. Read the case. They personally indicted him. They could indict the entire finance ministry. Then he could be, but he was personally indicted along with others.
But you remember that Samura Wolokoli, Jangako, and the rest were prior. They were investigated at the LACC and all of those, and they were dropped. You were a lawyer, Councillor Gu is a lawyer. Probably their roles were minimum. They were administrative. They didn't follow through with what happened after performing their administrative functions. So if they were investigated and subsequently dropped, and former finance minister Twe is still, in this case, what do you have to say about that? Are you saying they should have been brought back because if they're indicting Twe, they should indict the others as well who signed? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying that the indictment against Twe cannot be proven by the prosecutors.
Okay.
And with this evidence today, it points to the fact that Samuel Twe will walk again in this case. He will walk because today's testimony weakens the prosecution.
So it planted more doubt in the jurors than
in the jurors' minds.
Okay.
Then clarifying the doubts.
Because Jeff is from the CDC, we cannot cross over to Wanto, who's from the CDC like that. We have to take another view. Dr. George, you listen to the Councillor Gould and Jeff, laying out their own understanding of what transpired today. Councillor Gould said the testimony from the CBL cleared the CBL of any administrative malpractice. Rather, they followed a mandate that was proper, a mandate that had the full authorization of the Comptroller General at the time, the Deputy Minister for Physical Affairs at the time, and the Minister of Finance at the time. It did, have all of what was needed for clearance. Now you listen to Jeff, who says, the testimony from the CBL further proved that, former Finance Minister Twe and his fellow co-defendants will be vindicated. What do you have to say about this, concerning the testimony? Whose favor does it play into?
Well, this is the beginning of the case. And for all, let me put a disclaimer out there. I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be one, even though I'm from a permanent law family, a legal family rather, but I'm not one, and I won't pretend to be one tonight. But from all indication, I think what is happening is that the prosecution is laying the building blocks for the case. They are creating a foundation. And the foundation that, from yesterday's testimony to this testimony, is indeed there were movement of money from the Ministry of Finance to the Central Bank of Liberia. I think that was clearly indicated and clearly stated today and yesterday. Yesterday, we got indication that when the money got to the Central Bank of Liberia, it was dispersed, and then there was no trace afterwards. Today, we got the indication that the money got to the Central Bank of Liberia and it was dispersed. So that's the foundation. Every one of us here know that foundation. The challenge that I've been playing with in my head is that in 2019, in January 2019 and February 2019, the Presidential Investigative Team and the Crow's report reported of this level of no record taking, discrepancy in following our financial documentations. It was clear in the report. I am wondering why we have this same repetition in 2023 when this was something that was highlighted in the public glare and it was something that the public frowned on. And the same Minister of Finance was then the Minister of Finance, and he have instituted a $25 million mop-up exercise. So I think that may be, I don't know, but that may be something for the defense team to think about, because we have similar allegations by two groups, in fact, a third group, because the GSC went to audit that too, on the behest of the Ministry of Justice. But we have the 2019 report, January 2019 report from the Presidential Investigative Team, and the February 2019 report from Crow Group that speak to the same challenges that we have in the investigation that is going on right now. And it appears that nobody in the Ministry of Finance learned any lessons from from those reports and the level of which the public were incensed by those reports when they came up. I think that's where my concern would be, because if I was on the Justice Ministry side, I would start looking and asking questions. Why is it that in 2019 we had the same problem? And you had three groups rather, because GSC also went into that investigation. Those three groups also pointed up to the fact of financial discrepancy, no documentation when we deal with public finance.
Is that going to be a hindrance to this case? Because now remember, the prosecution must prove beyond all reasonable doubt that there was a conspiracy, that the co-defendants conspired criminally to defraud the country of money, they misapplied entrusted property, and the rest. Is that going to be a challenge? You already said in a space where documentation is difficult to come by, or the prosecution would have had their own tactics in making sure they have this case, a slam dunk case for them.
Well, the issue I'm trying to draw here, and the legal people that is beneath us will speak towards that, because the issue of a case, you try to build the case and try to put doubts in the mind of the how they call it, of the jurors, to understand that this seems to be a consistent pattern. And if I was developing a consistent pattern, I'll go to 2019 to show that there have been reports that shows when government monies are spent under that administration, under the similar finance minister, this money always have documentation problems. And this is what we have in the witness of yesterday clearly showed that there was documentation problem, that the money was sent to the FIU. And that report also showed that there is oversight problem. So when you disburse $1.6 million, do you put your hands up to say that I've given Dr. Brobler $1.6 million, whatsoever he wants to do with that money, he can go ahead to do it? Or should we put oversight, or should there be oversight? And that's the thing that the court's report and the presidential investigative team report stated clearly in that report. And President Weah spoke to it in May 2019.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. George. Let's come to Wanto Tia Wanto. You've listened to, and before that, let's welcome Dr. Bopler to the program. Dr. Bopler, it's good to see you. It's a pleasure having you on. Yes, Wanto, what's your take on this?
It is again, as always, it's very important to clarify that I'm not a lawyer. I am a policy practitioner, so I interpret policy. There are a lot of things here.
Yeah, good policy to have no documentation when you disburse money, whether huge sums or minimal sums. As a policy interpreter, is that a good policy?
That's what I'm going to get to. So the very interesting thing, according to our constitution, which is the Liberian Penal Law 26, it said in criminal procedure, the prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt. The burden of proof lies with the prosecution, and that's the reality of the law. They must demonstrate that this was an unlawful act. They must demonstrate criminal intent. They must also show direct linkage with the Minister of Finance. So one of the things that we haven't talked a lot about here in terms of policy procedure is the Public Financial Management Act, which I may slightly disagree with the view that there were a lack of procedure error, because the laws are very strict as possible. In the PFM Act, it says that the Minister of Finance is responsible for all fiscal policy and supervision. That means he acts in execution, he acts with the controller, he acts with his entire role also executes spending entities, and he designates officials. What is very interesting is that this law is being implemented by even the current Minister of Finance. He just today the bank made a clarification that that the statement being made on lack of payment is actually false. So the Minister of Finance is directly involved into spending, into engagement, into financial disbursement, and he's done a lot of temporary disbursement that we can point to directly, even currently as we speak. So this is a historic case, because we're currently seeing it ongoing, and we are currently seeing it being discussed as a violation of an act. So there are two things involved here. If we permit a case that has a standard practice, after the next election in 2029, we'll also be investigating another finance minister also for the similar kind of conversation. So what we should establish here, Damo, is the fact that the PFM Act gave the full authority to the Minister of Finance to play supervisory role, and as well. So the Minister of Finance has the full right to be able to make disbursement. The other thing that's important that we must question here is that The FIA did not deny any financial transaction. So now I'm still understanding. So and I like the fact that the counselor pointed out. He said, first we have established proof that the FIA say yes, we received money. So we're still coming back to prosecute the Minister of Finance, but we're not investigating specifically where the funds were. There's something raised on the FIA that I think is interesting to be able to investigate. The FIA said that even though they received money, there's no evidence, there's no record, there's no proof for it. And you know what this is so? We have a very interesting statutory rule in our constitution where the security apparatus do not provide spending regulation. So maybe this entire process will also allow to investigate the NSA spending to see specifically what is being spent in the NSA, because there's the national security funding as well.
Just to chime in quickly, so that I will bring in Dr. Bopre. Which side did the testimony today benefit the more? Is it the defense or the prosecution? From your own analysis, you already stated that you're not a lawyer, but the central bank said, well, we follow all of the procedures. The checks came in with the needed signatures, and so we did our own. The mandate came with all of the signatures, so we fulfilled our administrative part of that procedure by disbursing the funds. And wherever the funds did go to, they did go to the FIA. What happened afterward? We're not concerned about that. We followed our own part of this whole internal channel. Who did it?
It benefited to more today, and I'll tell you why. So, in criminal conspiracy, section 10.4 of the criminal law states that an agreement between two or more persons to commit the act of fraud must be proven. The state has a right to prove the agreement between two or more persons. They must prove that there's a criminal intent, and they must also prove that there is intentional participation. In the case of money laundering, which is another aspect of the case, the prosecution must establish that funds were proceed illegally. I just just provide the PFM Act.
Okay,
you must justify that funds proceeded illegally. And for me, the PFM Act authorized the Minister of Finance to make supervisory expenditure. That's the Constitution. And so the current Minister of Finance is also utilizing the PFM Act in his actions. In many actions, we can point to many things the Finance Minister is disbursing without any kind of joint legislative agenda or approval. So today it benefits 12 more. That's my view.
Thank you, Wanto. Dr. Bople, you welcome. If you were following the conversation, then you can chime in on this. We heard from our judicial correspondent, Melvin Jackson. In summary, the subpoenaed witness from the central bank said that yes, the three persons signed on checks, the mandate that was handed down to them from the Ministry of Finance. Samuel Twe, former finance minister, Samora Pizza Wolokoli, former deputy minister for fiscal affairs, and Janga Ko, former Comptroller General Republic of Liberia. Those signatures were on documents, mandates that were sent to the central bank, and the central bank dispersed the money, and the monies were dispersed to the FIA's account. Now, Councillor Gould and Emmanuel George said foundation is being laid. The central bank, showed its role was only administrative, and they're done with that. Jefferson and Wanto says that testimony, favors the defense more than the prosecution because it shows that, things were followed the way they should have. What do you make of this case if you're following this testimony from the subpoena witness from the Central Bank of Liberia? What's your take on all of this happening right
now? Thank you, Diamond. Good evening to my friends, and good evening to all who listen and follow Spoon. Thank you for doing that. My orientation, Diamond, is always let's discuss the problem, let's examine it, then let's talk the solution. So first, the problem. So the problem is moved now from just acquisitions, it's moved to the court, right? So it's a legal matter. And, the counselor was on earlier, the legal people will be the best one to speak. From our limited legal exposure, and it's very limited, today was no slam dunk. I don't know if today went one way or the other. Because what will happen in this case, what's most significant is what will happen after today, what people present or do not present, and how those who handle the matter of prosecution and defense are able to make the case that one, something went wrong, and on the other side, nothing went wrong. So we'll watch the case carefully to see where it goes. Yes, what I really want to say as the non-lawyer. As the non-lawyer, we need to be learning from this so that we minimize the reoccurrence of these kinds of things, right? Look at the processes that we're using and make sure we make it difficult for these things to do. I can tell you that during the last election, there were plenty of talk about money moving, okay, from place to place, and the accusation was money was moving for election purposes, and these were people in high places who I was talking to. But here we are now. The case is a legal matter, so it will be adjudicated in the court, Diamond, and we'll see. What we need to do as a republic, what we need to do as the government, is to pay attention and say, what could we do better so we don't keep having these situations in the future? Because at the end of the day, I like to keep us connected to what's matter most. At the end of the day, these are poor people money. Majority of our people in this country, poor people. These are the poor people money that either went here or there, and we can talk around and talk about it. By the end of the day, it was probably money that could have been used for more important things that benefit more ordinary people at the lower end of the Liberian society. So I think let's be listening and let's be learning already how we can mitigate this reoccurrence of these matters.
Thank you, Dr. Bobler. We will now move to our next talking point, after which we'll open the phone lines for Liberians to weigh in. The Ministry of Transport, the government of Liberia, Ministry of Transport issued, the state-sanctioned transport fares. And when I say state-sanctioned, it doesn't mean to sound that way, but it's sanctioned by the government of Liberia anyhow. So it's state-sanctioned transport fares for distances. But the question is, would they be implemented? And if so, what will be done to those who will be going against these fares that have been announced by the government of Liberia? But before that, let's go to Lofa quickly. We have one of our Lofa County correspondents on the line. Joseph Bundo is on the line. Bondo is on the line to bring us up to speed with the latest there. A pleasant night to you, Joseph. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, Damon. How are you?
I'm well as well. What's the latest there? Any movements from the government of Liberia to provide relief and enumeration of those affected there in the Solomba area? What's the latest from that end?
Well, good evening, Damon. Good evening to the people of Liberia and good evening to the people of Lofa County. It was on Saturday when the speaker and the deputy speaker came with coolies. They got to the town hall, Foya town hall, and then they were briefed on the unfolding situation as regard to what happening to the border. And then they were informed that a lot of villagers from the surrounding border were displaced. So they said the speaker, after the briefing, the speaker said that he gave 48 hours to the disaster management and then the RRC to intervene swiftly. So yesterday, the RRC and the disaster management went to Solomba town, and then they started registration from village to village. Matter of fact, there are 26 villages that the people displaced from. Now they started with Solomba, they went to other villages, and as we speak, they stay on registration. But I question them as to how, what is the intervention will be, but then they could not be precise as to what will be the intervention like. Is it non-food items or food? But they were not precise. They didn't answer me as to whether it will be non-food items or food items. So even asked them as to how, when the registration will be over, and then they say it will be over pretty soon, and the intervention will be done. So as we speak, the registration is going on. Yesterday they started, today they on it. I don't know when it will end. I don't know. So that is the latest update.
All right, so you will be following them. Go ahead.
Yeah, as regards to the security, the Guinean security stay on our side. To the previous area they occupy, they are stay there. While our security on the side to the custom, they are stay there. So everything is peaceful, but they stay there.
So everybody maintain their position. There is a buffer zone between both sides, you know. Quickly, there are reports circulating on social media that Liberian market women making their way to Guinea, those going to bar are asked to brush with chapia before they cross by Guinean soldiers. How true are those reports? I know you've been following and going about to bring us factual information. Anything of that sort happening brush before you cross?
No, that is false. But since the 102 of the Liberian National Police and then the Director Satu of the LIS and the other the Superintendent, Commissioner of Oya District, Superintendent of Lofa County, they all agree at one time that there is no crossing for now.
So Solomba remains closed.
Solomba is closed. Not only Solomba, Kudu is closed. Baladu, Yaladu is closed. Bawa is closed. Keno is closed. The 17th crossing point are officially closed. So that rumor that you saw on social media by the Guineans, you know what it is?
No.
It is funny to see they cross their people across here. They use the canoe, cross them to the place where they occupy now. They took empty containers, put them on their head. They were about 7 to 8 persons, put the empty container, oil container on their head. They do the video. They took pictures. As far as they went to the canoe, they took pictures. They sent it across, on social media, saying that there is a crossing. Liberians should be free to cross the open border, and then they do it that way. I was there present when they were doing that video.
So making African show to debate like, oh, Liberian people crossing to go to Guinea.
Complete drama they were making.
But before I turn you over to the rest of the panelists, I got a quick question for you. You said 26 villages displaced so far. Where are those people from the 26 villages currently? Are they scattered about or they converge at a certain location? How did the LRRC get to register those inhabitants of the 26 villages that are displaced, Joseph?
Actually, when, for example, they went to Solomba yesterday, and then they went from house to house, because there are few people, only few, like for.
So we're having network connectivity issue with Joseph. Joseph?
Yeah, you getting me?
I'm getting you now. Go ahead. You said it went to Solomba. That's where we lost you.
They went person there. For example, they asked me how many.
Okay, so we have to find an alternative means to get to Joseph. Dr. Bople, Jefferson Chesim, Dr. George, and Wanto Tia Wanto. Let's see if we can reconnect with Joseph on another means, because this one seemed to be faced with some connection problem. He's giving us updates. So LRRC, National Disaster Management Agency there. Yes, Joseph, go ahead, please.
Yeah. For example, they got to me and then they asked me my name, my age, and then I showed them my name, my age, and then the dependent I have, how many persons live with me. So I tell them as to whether they are here. I say no, they are not here. They've gone to Foya for safety. for safety purpose, because the main reason why some of those people left is because the Guinean security is still on our soil. We cannot keep anybody around here, actually. And that happened. So they started registration. They'll ask you how many got control. They will register. Where are they now? Are they here? No, they are not here. They are in Foya. A majority of the villagers that displaced, they are in Foya to their relatives. It's in Foya and it's all right.
Okay. All right. So
they go from village to village.
Okay, so they go from village to village. Whomever they meet there, they ask you questions, you answer. They ask you if you got dependents, the number, and everything. So right now, it's just whatever you say. That's that's whatever they write down.
Yeah, but verification will be done during the ration or during the distribution of the ration. Verification will be dependent before you take any ration. That's what they said.
All right, Dr. Bobla, you got any question for Joseph, Jeff? Any question? Any question before we let go of him? We're already facing issue of the network. Yes, Dr. Bobla, you can go first.
Yeah, I'll defer to Jefferson and I'll come back.
All right, Jeff. Any question for Joseph?
Yeah, Joseph, just one quick question. How do you see the living condition of the people in those villages along the border? Do you think that this incursion has made life a bit difficult for those people along the borders, the people in the villages? Do you think that this incursion is actually hampering their survival?
So his question is, how's life for those people in those areas? You said 26 villages along that area. If this incursion is causing them serious problems, if it's affecting their livelihood as well.
Very serious now, very serious problem, because the people left their villages, left their food, animals, and you name it, because most of the population here engaged in agriculture. So they left there and then migrate to different places for safety. It is very strenuous, even for the people that they came to. They feeding. I have to send one person in the village to go for their food. And mind you, there are other people that it's their opportunity now. They feed. People left their villages. Other criminals are around stealing their chicken, goats, you name it. So a very, 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 very.
So why people are looking to survive? Other people then they're pumping chicken and goats.
Other people find it as the opportunity to see, to go and see, to eat it, and then to go sell. So it's very difficult for the people, for the villagers that display right now.
Okay.
Very tough time.
All right. Dr. George, any question for Joseph?
Yeah, I have one question for him. Joseph, have you been able to hear from the Guinean side to see the Guineans that live in a border town? How are they reacting to this situation?
Did you get Dr. George's question?
Whether I get anything from the Guinean side, how are they living?
If the bordering towns, the Guinean towns that are bordering Solomba, how are they feeling about what is happening across the border to their Liberian counterparts?
No, actually, I don't have any information regarding to how they feel, about how they are faring in that place there. But the other time when we went close to them, and the first time the superintendent and then the rest of the official of the government visited them to the road bank, and then the superintendent said that our people are making our people scary, and then those villages surrounding the road bank are all gone. They are displaced. So the other guy also from the security, Guinean security, also emphasized on that it's the same thing that happening to us here, across here. All the villages that are onto the river bank, all the people displaced, and they are in Gegedu. Not only Gegedu, some of the people from Gegedu also are going into Kisidugu area. So a similar thing that happening to you, happening to us. So that one we got from him that very day. But for me to go across there and find out, no, I have not found out as to what happened to them.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Fair enough. Wanto, you have the question before we let Joseph go. We already hanging on one screen of network.
But I think my question would just be the speaker made a pronouncement when he went to the border that he was gonna get the Liberia Refugee Agency. I don't know if I pronounced it right, LCRC, to immediately come to the intervention of Liberians. Are you seeing this there or?
Yeah, he just spoke to it that LCRC is there, but they're doing numeration right now. But he can answer for you directly in a minute, Joseph. Go ahead.
After the speaker gave them 48 hours to attend to the displaced people. They came immediately. They started yesterday. The enumeration is going on. The disaster management and then the LCRC. These are the two institutions that we saw yesterday. They are here and then working to see how best intervention can be done.
All right, Joseph.
The last question will probably.
I want to quickly, please.
The last question will probably. There has been an unconfirmed report that the Guineans troop planted their flag on Liberia territory. Is this true?
Yeah. As for Solomba, since they crossed the other day, and the occupiers that land, no, the flag is not being hosted. But I visited Konadu, where the Guinean also cross. And tomorrow, by the matter of fact, tomorrow I'll be going there to see as to whether they're going back or they stay there or the flag is still hosted. I'll go back there. But the other day when I visited Konadu, they passed by the cornerstone that showed the demarcation between Liberia and Guinea. They came all the way inside of Liberia and planted their flagpole, hosted the flag, and then built a kitchen, a bench to sit. Unfortunately, I didn't meet them, but yesterday I saw on social media the flag was still there. And tomorrow I'll proceed there to find out for myself. I don't
Please
want to bury the seat.
Please do.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what we want you to do.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the honest clarity with that.
To authenticate as to whether the flag is still there or not, whether the Guinean security are still on our side or not. So I'll find out for myself tomorrow. I'll go live anyway.
Thank you.
Live so that I can inform the world and the rest of the people.
Thank you, Joseph. Have a pleasant night. You need to rest because you have a lot to do for us tomorrow. And we appreciate you here from the angle of the Spoon Network. Liberians surely do appreciate you for that as well.
Thank you so much.
Joseph Bunda there, one of our correspondents reporting from Lofa County. We also have Jeremiah Dober, who's also reporting for the Spoon Network there from Lofa County, and other contributors. So as rightly stated, Wanto and the rest of the guys, he doesn't want to dwell on they say, you say, I say, and social media postings. So what we do here is send our reporters out to go and verify, to give us concise information, facts, because Liberians, home and abroad, depend on information we provide, not to give them distorted information or information that comes from a third-party source as well. So he will be going to Konadu tomorrow to see whether or not there is an improvement. We had one of our correspondents in Konadu when rumors were abounding that Guineans were uprooting the historic cornerstones. Went there to verify. The Lofa County superintendent was there. Some Guinean officials from their military and other institutions were there, and they confirmed again that the cornerstones were not being touched. They were not being removed. All right, guys, we've had a wonderful conversation. Russell is back. We have to start wrapping up so that we can go to the phone lines. But let's go to the phone lines first. Let's hear from Liberians. But before we do that, the Ministry of Transport has issued a statement, announcing fares for the various destinations in Liberia since the increment in the prices of petroleum products. As you work, transportation is affected by that as well. We saw a lot of different fares. We called for the intervention of the ministry. They've now come up with transportation fares, but the issue is, how are they intending on implementing these fares that they've now posted as official fares? It's a very long list. I see proposed, I see this, but they've announced this one to Tier 1 to, and the rest of the guys. Let's hear from you. What do you make of the fares from the Ministry of Transport in terms of implementation? Because coming out saying that these are the stipulated government sanctioned fares and making sure that these fares are adhered to by commercial motorists, that's another issue. So Winfrey, you were the first on the program. You came here first. So give us that, and you can do your comments for before we go to the phone lines. Do you see these fares being implemented by the ministry to make sure that Liberians are not, extorted? Mr. Russell, are you with us? Okay, Winfrey is now with us. Tier 1 to go ahead. What do you make of the Transport Ministry's intervention, and whether or not it's going to be effective?
Yes,
Okay.
I was just taking
Go
notes.
ahead, Russell. I'll speak after you.
Okay, Russell, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was just taking notes.
Okay, Russell, go ahead.
There's some echo.
Yeah, because you're listening to the program, so you can just speak in real time. I think you got the program on a device there. But if you're ready, you can go. If not, then Wanto can go, and you can come in later. Wanto, go ahead while Mr. Russell is sorting out his device. Go ahead, Wanto. What do you make of the ministry's intervention?
Before the ministry intervention, also, I want to applaud Spoon for, the tremendous, reporting on this case. I think it's incredible that we can have a first-hand information on a serious national issue as it is. And I think it's been given a kind of national attention because there is exposure, which is very important. I'll come to the transportation, but there was something very concerning when the journalist said that the Guinean soldier planted their flag, built a temporary settlement, which this is purely a violation. I don't know how we take this lightly, Damo. I know this is not a question, but it's an exceptional violation of territorial sovereignty in itself. Like, on your territory, took out your flag, put a flag up, build a temporary location to help yourself. And we're not even talking about it nationally. We're not even speaking about what lands already primarily have been crossed already. The major land being crossed is the violation of our sovereignty here. And hearing that from the journalists, I feel terrible as a Liberian of how this is not being given the attention. It's a national government. Imagine if this is Boko Haram or other government that have no respect for the rule of law and the standards of living. What would be our reaction? Yeah, so I just want to be able to speak on that a bit.
Yeah, go ahead quickly to the transportation issue, sir, so that we can wrap up.
So the Ministry of Transportation concerning the saga on are we back to the saga on the transportation laws, or specifically on the pricing?
They issued, a list of fares, transportation fares from various destinations. Do you think that is going to be effective?
No,
If so,
I think it's
need to do to make sure those fares are effective.
I think it's ill-advised. Damo, is ill-advised.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it is ill-advised. The truth to the matter is when we're seeing two things that already came out. One is the Liberal Petroleum Authority, or PRC, came out to say there will be increase in price. We've seen the Ministry of Commerce also alluded to the fact there will be increase in price. So now, if you are making a public declaration on pricing, we are regulating with the current existing charges. The only thing you are doing now is you have the taxi driver and ordinary citizen fighting in car, that conflict. the amount of the conflict we're seeing, like, bro, will be huge, because people will fight literally on the fact that the price being pulled out from the Ministry of Transport. I already seeing a lot of comments on the price that it's very unrealistic of what they are spending. A lot of people complain that the price they are paying currently to go to red light is far more than what the Ministry of Transport place on their current pricing. So my major question, that one I would probably ask, is what informed the increase in prices? If the increase in prices is not realistic, is it being politically unattuned to fit the demand that the government is stabilizing, prices despite, the increase in gas fare? It come back to the honesty that we need in governance deliverable. Because trust me, what we're seeing here possibly, citizens and Kame, taxi driver will fight. They literally fight, because if the citizen want to be able to point out what is on the Ministry of Transport pricing control, nobody coming, nobody expecting to be able to believe that pricing process. And two, the second thing also is that beyond just the fact that the existing price is higher than what they projected, the price that being projected also is extremely high, very high. So again, we have a very interesting situation in Liberia. I know the government will say again it's because of the current Iran crisis, as usual, that has been peddling by the APRC. But we do need a government to temporarily look at the situation. If they can provide national subsidy to reduce the price of regulated, that can be some of the emergency economic measure being put in place. But the price is very high, and still with the high price, there will still be a tussle between the taxi driver and the ordinary citizen.
Thank you, Wanto. I'll read out some of the prices after. So let's come to you, Winfred Russell, if you're ready to speak to us. Are you ready now? What's your take? The Ministry of Transport, Government of Liberia, put out a taxi transportation fare structure. What's your take? Is it going to be effective, or what do you think they need to do to make it effective?
Yes, I mean, of course, all of these adjustments have to be made considering our current reality, the situation in the Middle East, oil, the increase of a barrel of oil now, and we see the prices at the pump. So it affects, everything. It affects how we get our food. It affects how the food is transported. So it affects, everything across the board. So I'm not surprised that fares are being raised as a result of the high prices at the pump. Now, I know in this country, I'm not sure what the situation is in Liberia, but almost everywhere I know, especially within the developing world, within the developed world, transportation and the whole transportation, the whole transportation system is subsidized. I mean, they don't do these put out these transportation services necessarily to make money, but to ease the challenges that people have, mobility challenges and all of that. So I'm not sure how, like here, even though diesel prices are up, but those services are heavily subsidized, by the government. I'm not sure if we're in a position to do that, but I think it is a good thing. It reflects the current reality diamond, so I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But before I move on to the other panelists, you saw me, with my head, bent down, but because I was taking notes, and because one of our strong supporters just called in and had an issue, had a point to make with some things that were said on the show. So I just wanted to say what he said, and wanted me to share this with us and the rest of the listeners and the viewers, out there. And one of the things that he said that it came about because of a comment that Tiawanto made, and he says that a number of Liberians say this, and he wanted to push back, and that folks will always say that Liberia was on this trajectory to development prior to the war. But he's contending that that's not the case. The war didn't necessarily have a lot to do with the dismal state of development in the country now.
Okay, we hear that regular viewer, that regular listener, but we want to table that for now because we're running on a tight time stamp right now. We have a tight time period right now. So I beg you, once you've made your point on the transport ministry issue, let me take that to Bopler. You have the last word on that before we
sure. Yeah, sure.
Dr. Bopler, over to you. Dr. George, I know you're looking at me like I was here, but let's take Dr. Bopler and we'll get back to you.
Diamond, in an attempt by the government to regulate transportation prices, softening the burden, the pain on the people is good. Here's the problem, though. When the government said the price will be this, like the day I talked to Liberia, I talked to folks there, and they were saying how the prices are steep. Some places double. So when the government say, and the government means well, government say, look, you can only charge this much. We got to remember there are two sectors in the economy. It's the private sector and the public sector. Unless you subsidize fuel oil or gasoline, how do you tell the person in the private sector, the commercial person who pays this much? Because remember, the pre-war crude oil, $62 to $73. Pre-war, $66, $72. Now, $106, all the way up, some places $119 a barrel. So prices are going up. So how do you tell Joe Blow or Yakbaru or Mapu who paid this much, right, for fuel, that you can only charge this much? Because people price is always a function of their cost, the cost they incur. What the government can do, the government can control the public sector. There are government transport buses, right? NTA, those things. Yeah, you can say $50 from red light to Ear Junction. But the private, man, you can admonish, you can meet with them, you can talk to the transport union, but you can't really tell them that this is what you have to pay. And somebody talk about the conflict.
Are you saying in essence that the government cannot
It's difficult to enforce it in the private sector. It's difficult because the people in the private sector, Diamond, they're not Red Cross people. They're business people. So they have to make profit.
So somebody listening, Dr. Bobler, will ask you that, look, 200 to 220 Liberian dollars added to the price of a gallon of gasoline. And you as a taxi driver, you decide to add 50-50 on each passenger. I had a conversation with a bike rider in my area. At $50 distance, he wanted to take $100 from me. So I asked him a question. I said, why would you go to 100% increment? Because
so that will happen too. Now that's
4 passengers at a Bople as a bike ride. It covers for the 2. So are you going to charge everybody 100% increment like taxi drivers are charging 50 on a 150 distance?
That's a great point you make. So that's a great point you make. So here's the thing. So what the government can do, I think that what we're trying to do, is try to make the prices commensurate with the cost. So to your point, right? If the gas price at the pump increased by 50%, then they should not increase their price by 100%. I agree with you. They can only increase it by up to 50%. But that is difficult to enforce. And yes, what will happen in the free market. In a market, it will be supply and demand working. Yes, how it works. If I really got to beat on my class today, because we're taking final exam, that man say, "100, I'll get paid." If I really got to be to the hospital, to school, I will pay. Some people say, I can't pay because the government say you shouldn't do it. I think the main place where the government can enforce it is in the public sector where the government.
If you made that point, Dr. Bople, if you made that point that because demand and supply is going to lead to extortion and people not follow, isn't that reason enough for government to even intervene and start to make this, whether private or public, make it to stick so that people can respect this? Because if the citizens feel like the government is not implementing, they will fall on that and not comply. But if the government is implementing and people see that it's happening, then they too can stand by that.
Listen to this now. I agree with you, but they want to act another 101. So listen, the man can double. He's not supposed to, but he can double. Remember, at free market, people will take chances, right? Some people will pay that double. Some people will say, "Oh, man."
That you muted.
I'm sorry. So some people will pay because they really want to get somewhere. Other people say, "My man, forget you." The government say, "I want to pay this one." So like I said at the beginning, I don't forget, it's a good thing when government steps into the market, right? And try to manage, this kind of price gouging. But what I'm saying in essence is that the market will work. For example, if I tell you $100, that $50 place, right? I tell you 100. You say, "Oh man, I got $100, man. I think the government say $60." I say, "Look, my man, bring 75." Okay, then you pay 75. Then you get on the bike, then you go. So that kind of negotiation will be working. The really enforceable place, that's all I'm trying to say, is the public sector, where the government owns those transport vehicles. The government say $50 for here, where I don't care what you do. Or the government can subsidize, tell it that bring people, we subsidize gasoline and nobody will carry the price what they want because we subsidize. They were not allowed to, they didn't pay more because we subsidize. Otherwise,
so you don't see this working. You don't see this working in its entirety, especially for private commercial vehicle operators. You don't see
it has more psychological effect than economic effect. I'm telling you, it will be hard to enforce in the private sector, but in the public sector, absolutely.
Okay.
But the government should still intervene. So I agree with that. I was sticking to that from the beginning. Government should still intervene and do it on a proportional level. If the price rose by 25%, government should say you can only charge 25% more. So that way nobody's in a worse place than the war before this started.
All right, Dr. Bople, thank you. Dr. George, what do you make of this? A mere bluff by the Ministry of Transport, this is not going to be effective, or you have an advice for effectiveness to make sure that Liberians are not extorted? Dr. Bople said in the free market, when people charge you, you have to decide whether you will pay or not. In a country where transportation remains a problem, and people are desperate to get to and fro destinations, they are just going to fall for these prices and pay and get themselves to wherever they want to go. What do you make of that?
Well, Damo, I think I will be taking a lot of time because anything I say will be a repetition of what Dr. Bople said. So I'm not going to take up time to regurgitate or speak about the same thing. Everything Dr. Bople said, I totally agree with it.
So the doctors are agreeing with each other. Thank you. CEO just giving me hard time on the phone.
Yeah, man, asking why everyone just agreeing with each other.
Yeah, the doctors agree with each other, and Dr. Richardson is in the comment section, and she's agreeing with the two doctors. So it's a doctor thing.
And the doctors they agree with each other.
And doctors they agree doctorology. But we spend our time. We will go to the phone lines for at least 10 minutes to give Liberians an opportunity, and then you guys will give your parting comments, and then we'll call it a day. Tomorrow, Spoon Talk returns. The pharmacy will be on the show. He apologizes for not being on today, guys. Said he had other tight engagements that he needed to pay attention to. Not that he doesn't respect this platform. He does. He's always here every day of the week. So when he asks for an excuse to be
the man doesn't care. The man doesn't care. But we're not a priority to him. The people.
Mr. Russell, I'm going to defend my boss to the fullest. He dedicates himself to this show. He's here almost every day of the week. Rain or shine.
Not when it's needed. He was
So
needed today. He no
we'll
show.
cut this clip and we'll show it to him that you are attacking his sincerity to the show and his dedication to the show. But who doesn't know Stephen Spoon talk? But he is, he's calling back to back. He wish he could have been here, but he cannot because of some reasons. But let's go to the phone lines now, so we have to sit in. It's been a pleasure being here. 0777-1075 101075. 1 minute per caller. Let's hear from you quickly so that we can give as many Liberians the opportunity, home and abroad, to make their points on all of what we've discussed since we began the program. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, this is Kelly. I'm calling from Judicial.
Yes, sir, you live. 1 minute, please. What's your take? Quickly.
My question has to do with the Lofa issue. One of your panelists asking the journalists concerned about the bill that the people deploy. What are the people flare up? It's not important. Somebody said the bill go here, boy, ask for the beer. So that's me. I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So now I better go here again, boy, but the beer again, boy. I just read on the here, that about just read, but I fed the beer. Let's take this next person. 0777710755 1075. You live? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dama. It's a pleasure being on your show. And I want to agree with Dr. Bopler and George. So let me tell you, it will be very difficult to control the price in the private sector. It's very difficult. Today I've been to red light, and my sister was going to River G carrying her rice. And the price go on the truck driver told her that if you don't want to carry your goods, if you don't want to pay the money, keep your goods down. And she was forced to carry it. It's difficult. I for red light to drive on Battlefield Highway to be preserved. The man said $250. If I can pay $250, I should get it. And the other people pay the $250. I was acting at I don't want to go, right? The other people fighting to go. So it's very difficult. It's very more difficult to control the private sector.
So transport ministry on their own.
Control it at the public sector to the private is very difficult. And another thing, let me tell you, still people can exploit us with the people, with the job, the commanders. Now the price is right to a certain stage. When gasoline prices go down, the prices will still remain on the transportation.
We will be following up on that. That is a point well taken. But let's take this next person. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Hello, driver. My name is Mohammed Sharif, and I'm from Bapuni.
You're welcome, Mohammed. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Seriously, I really like this. I'm really happy with the part I fall from the speaker area in Lofa County, but I'm actually taking it back by the issue of the fair residential by honestly, it is unfortunate that people on the social side, the political side, every aspect of, how they call it, discussion or talking point. Gasoline price is high. We know that. Fuel prices are high, and we know that. So that doesn't give the right to commercial drivers to, come up with exorbitant fares, and or on Liberians, increasing the cost of living for Liberians. So that is the reason why our responsible government and like the Ministry of Transport to come up with transportation fares and ensure that the drivers live at those fares.
All right, sir.
So they have to travel all need to come up with ways to be able to regulate the transportation center. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 0777-1075 101075. We take 3 more callers and then we wrap it up. Dr. Bopler is here, Emmanuel George is here, Wanto Tia Wanto, and Winfred Russell, the man that's taking the Lone Star to Minnesota, say, look, y'all can't play in America. Y'all can't enjoy yourselves. Babu, you strong. But let's take this next person. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Hello, Damo.
I'm fine, sir. Go ahead.
I'm calling you from Pakistan.
Please go ahead, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you for the topic. I'm on your work. What I was trying to say tonight, I will appeal to the national government.
How quickly go with the transfer union that it can minimize the you can allow the people to get the full price.
Sir, can you be a bit audible for us? Can you put some fire and strength in your voice so that we can hear you? We're finding it difficult to understand what you're trying to say. Please.
Oh, okay, yeah. What I'm trying to say, I said I'm appealing to the national government to at least go out talk with the transport union to allow them to minimize the prices for our people.
All
That's
right.
for the sake of peace. Because
All right,
we know that things is difficult, things that war is all over. But at least in our country, we get a leader, you the leader for us. Right? He tried to do something.
Thank you.
For us. Thank you. Quickly to Lofa problem. Lofa issue here, Mr. President, also appealing to him that he make way, that he make a found solution to this problem.
All right, sir.
If he alone cannot make it, let him put it to other people.
All right.
Like we have the UN. We're part of those how you call it, those institutions.
All right, sir.
Let
Well
them make
understood. I
way
beg
so
you,
that
but we have to
peace.
take
We don't want
orders.
war.
You've
We're
taken
taking their
enough
life
time,
with
sir.
them.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Well taken. All right, Dr. Bobler. Before we close up, that's all the time we have to be able to take calls. We have to go, sadly, but we'll be back tomorrow. But this is just a quick one. Dr. Bobler, Emmanuel George, 12 tier 12. This is what is transpiring. And this question is for you. You can only pick one option. You can pick more than one. Quickly, this opinion poll has been on the Spoon Network's page, and it has garnered over 1,800 comments. To your own. Which of these must Representative Koluba face after his statement on the Liberia-Guinea border issue, where he said the land belongs to Guinea? We saw Representative others are saying that they want to have him impeached, expelled, punished, suspended, and arrested. Should he be suspended, suspension, expulsion, or no punishment? You can only pick one. Anything other than one that invalid vote. Dr. George.
No punishment.
No punishment. 1 to 1 to.
Absolutely no punishment.
Absolutely no punishment. Dr. Bobler.
I would like to see the full content of what the lawmakers put out. In other words, what was the fullness of the issue that they raised against their colleague?
Hey, Dr. Bobler, you bring it doctor thing here again.
No, that's not doctor thing. That's not doctor thing. Stop it, man. Stop it.
What you listen to.
Stop it. Stop it, Diamond. I beg you. Don't be political here. I know that doctor thing. That fairness thing, okay, that fairness thing, that
none of the above.
A common understanding. If we us look, they could put two sentences in there that put Jacob Koluba in a category for either censure or something. So I never saw the statement. I know generally they say
no option for you for now.
Yeah, for now, no.
Russell, the men are taking Lone Star to Minnesota. Yeah.
No punishment.
No punishment. So no punishment from Winfred Russell. No punishment from Emmanuel George. No punishment from 1 to tier 1 to that a Bobler say stay investigating. So you can't say anything for now.
I want to see where they wrote.
In fact, I think it's honestly, frankly, a waste of our resource, because these guys are calling themselves for emergency meeting to get paid what ordinary people are suffering for unnecessary and foolish kind of discussion. It's frankly embarrassing.
Thank you, the Oxford boy 1 to tier 1 to it owns seditious pay lands and getting married, you want to tell, but we wish you all the best.
You know, your boss man let him put me on the spotlight. Oh,
I'm a boss
what?
man say, yeah, I think that Jefferson Chelsea sales that he appear on the show today. From inside
No,
CC,
Jordan was speaking was
and then
started
get an
yesterday.
invitation picture. So, folks, quickly cast your ballot quickly. Which of these must represent the Columbine phase? Suspension, expulsion, or no punishment? Just quickly, let's hear from you in the comment section. But Dr. Bopler, you do us the honors of wrapping up for us from your end. Just your conclusion as I take this down. People can still be voting, but we want to see your face as you're wrapping up, please.
Sure. On the matter of the border, it continues to be a very serious matter. But Diamond, you or the foot soldiers per the fourth estate. And in the age of AI and social media and all these things, you got to do more work to authenticate stuff. There was a video, for example, you probably saw it, where people at the border, the Liberian, the superintendent or something, the Guinean, all that thing, and they say everything all right. Nobody moved the cornerstone from here. Yeah, the Guinean officer, yeah, the commander, yeah, the person, we're at peace. Then we hear the women, and the villages. So, it's difficult. You have to be on the ground to a certain, you got to talk to the people there. But more importantly, I think the government have to make sure that they're gathering the right information and inform the public. Because in the absence of official information, people will fill the void with plenty of things, and sometimes some of it is not true. I do think we need to continue to accelerate our efforts. One, to make sure we bring a closure to this matter peacefully, and two, that we fortify our military and our border security. That is critical, and we need not put that off into the future. That's something to start doing now. As far as transportation, I hope that we can keep prices low as possible, because transportation affects everything. It actually has what we call cost push inflation, because it costs more for the truck to bring the goods to the store. The store will charge more, and then the person who retail will charge more. You have that domino effect. So I hope they can try to bring it down. But here's what we can do in the future. We need, as a country, to have reserves. Now, I'm hearing stuff that there's a refinery company coming. That's what we're hearing. I hope that works out, because we'll put Liberia in a much better place. But Liberia need to have reserves, at least to hold the country for 3 months. You know what I mean? Because if you have reserve, you can start to supply the market, and you would minimize the shortage on the market, because the shortage that produces the upward pressure on price and cause price to go up. So I hope we're thinking, every time we have a problem, we'll be thinking the solution. So next time, we're not in the same place. So I hope that is the case. For now, though, let's try to work with the prices, because that will affect everything. While we were on the show, people were texting every minute, Diamond, how the transportation business tough. The price is high, and people feel it immediately. So I hope we can get that under control somehow.
Thank you, the esteemed Dr. Bopler there. Dr. George?
Thank you, Diamond. It's been good to have this conversation with you leading out tonight. Thank you, Betty D. Thank you, Wanto, and Dr. Bopler. Extend thanks to every one of you who are following us on Facebook and YouTube and on the various radio and television stations in Liberia. We started our conversation off with the court case involving the former Minister of Finance. Today, one of Liberia's good leading talk show and journalist, Anthony CM, put out an op-ed that spoke to how much money has been spent on the NSA in the last couple of years, about $190 million. No account, no records of how those monies have been spent. So this case is an interesting case. It's a case that will help us to understand what are the procedures and the steps of using monies when it comes to state security. It's a case that may expose certain aspect of state security, but it's an interesting case that we should follow as Liberians. We spoke to the issue of what happened in Lofa, and like Dr. Broble, I did watch that video today, but whether the video shows a sign of peace or semblance of peace or whatsoever was being displayed, we should not forget that the Guinean, excuse me, the Guinean army is still on our soil. And our government should do everything in its power to make sure that we come to the status quo. Hopefully, the government will have heard our suggestion yesterday. Speak to Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, speak to George Weah, speak to Alexander Benedict Cummings. Put them on a special committee and make them special envoy on behalf of the Liberian government to resolve this crisis. And I definitely show that those leaders will stand up for Liberia, because Liberia comes first to each and every one of them. As we leave this evening, I want to thank the Ministry of Transport for putting a press release out there so we all can feel the advantage of the reduction of the price of transport price in the country. But the fact remains is that whenever there is a high demand, price will increase. Whenever the lower the supply, the higher the price. At the moment right now, there's a demand for transportation and there's a demand for petroleum products, because petroleum products in the international market has gone up. Many countries around the world have found a way of alleviating this problem. I think it's in the Philippines, or one country I heard about, have reduced the workday from 5 days a week to 4 days a week in order for them to reduce the crisis on the petroleum product crisis in the country. There are others who are opening a reserve to solve this problem. But we don't have any of that in Liberia. But yet still the Ministry of Transport wants us to believe that with this scarcity of petroleum product and an increase in the price of petroleum product, that overnight they will put a voodoo's economics on the scene, and they will send the market wind of prices, and everybody will pay
you call the transportation circular voodoo economics?
Well, and everybody will pay to it. I'm not the one calling it. The caller who called and said that when the taxi stopped before him, the driver charged him $250. He felt that, no, I'm not paying them money because the Ministry of Transport gave me price. What did he tell you? He had to stay there. Everybody got in the car and left. He was still standing there. Eventually, he may have paid $300 because, look, the law of economics have been stable for the last 10, 15, 20 years. It has been stable. Whenever you have a demand that is high for a product and the product supply is not there, prices will go up. So, but we agree that putting a price out there is good. And I want to congratulate the Ministry of Transport for doing that. But unfortunately, what is happening on ground, I think you put writing on the paper, it don't work like that. So I think we should allow the situation to ease off. We should continue to encourage the Liberian people and remind them about what is happening in the global scene. Look, last week, Friday, I went to buy a gallon of gas was $2.53 in my area. Monday morning, it was $3.53. It went up by $1. Today is $3.89. So it's going up every day of the week. So Liberia, that does not supply, and this country where I live, it have a huge reserve of oil. They are the largest producer of oil next to to Russia in the world. So if prices can go up, how about Liberia? He got nothing in the ground. So
Thank
I mean, yeah.
Thank you. Voodoo, as he said, transportation fare, voodoo economics. Wanto, your closing comments, sir? Wanto, you planning a wedding? Oh, okay.
I mean, first of all, I want to appreciate you, Damo, such an very excellent moderation. You had a very huge shoe to fill in with the CEO role, and then you took on that. And you just killed it. It's been really an incredible conversation from the start to now. I think the opening conversation was a bit, innovative, visionary, and idealistic. It will also driven on the basis of really genuine national conversation. I like the basis and fundamental about it, especially when you are referring to the structural issue that we feel sometimes to be able to talk about the issue of developmental issues across Liberia, the expatriates that are coming, that are working in our sectors and are making millions of dollars, while Liberians who have the experience cannot have the opportunity to work, and how we are also building that sort of accountability mechanism around developmental projects from the World Bank, the IMF. Are we investigating more? Are we being more patriotic to say, with this project, we just want only 30% benchmark to go to salary, the rest go directly to the project? Because these are the issues. Because Liberia's go 200 over 255 million for specifically for electricity, and at this point in time we still know where around building some level of structural electricity. Today, funny as it is, we just have 15 minutes of temporary closure of water. I was at work today when I received that email. Just 15 minutes, we receive an apology note. We are very sorry for the inconvenience. Just 15 minutes. Imagine that situation, Damo. 15 minutes, they're apologizing to you that you'll not receive water for 15 minutes, but we're sorry for the inconvenience. Electricity, if it goes on here for more than 2 hours, someone will get sued. That's the system. That's the systematic approach. And I feel like if you live in a diaspora and live in a space where you have these kind of access, you realize that we should be able to advocate for something like that in Liberia. The other thing I think about is as always, we support the fact that we should all go for peace. But the situation in at our border is still not resolved. My fear here is that we're not having the kind of conversation we should have about it. I appreciate Spoon for the kind of coverage they're giving us, but tonight I'm a bit aback at the fact that we're not seeing the urgency. The quarter said the Labrador flare was taken out, the Guinean flare was planted, the garden built temporary hub, and they sit there and they found themselves in another territory. This is concerning. Labrador flare no longer there. Guinean flare planted, temporary space was built for the military guys on Guinea, and they are there and they are converging, and we are discussing. It's scary. Because imagine if we have Boko Haram and other, because the Sahel region right now have increasing terrorist attack. Imagine if you have people who do not believe in that in conventional warfare, you must respect human rights and all these things. Because a state to military troop knows the implication of violating human rights principle. Terrorist group don't know the implication. Who will still be having a conversation. If my approach is simple, Damo. My approach here is that the government of Liberia must deploy the AFL to strengthen our border. We're not talking about LRRC is important to go to the border, but we must also defend our border. You're not going to cause war with Guineans, but you're also going to be able to defend your portion of your border. That's the systematic rules. I don't think it in any way will us defending our border or having troops to our border to guard our territory is somehow going to be able to, deprive our diplomatic, resolution. What I'm saying here is that we don't see the gravity of the fact that we are being, deprived of the right of our own sovereignty. That's a sovereignty violation right there, and we must call it as it is. We must call it as it is. In closing, with the issue of the Minister of Finance today, I think, contrary to the views from other people, I do believe that we have a very simplistic case here. One, we have case of precedent. The current Minister of Finance is proceeding in the same manner that we are currently calling on the previous Minister of Finance. In fact, the current minister was on record for spending temporarily for security measures, even the current crisis. He released funds directly towards that as well. So we are all saying the same thing. The PFMR protect the Minister of Finance to make disbursement on the basis of that. The second thing is the FIA publicly said that they did receive funding. They were transfer of funding, they receive it. So who are we investigating? FIA or we still investigating the Minister of Finance? So that's where I think the question is, and we must be able to answer that question. FIA confirmed today that the money was disbursed from the Minister of Finance. So now the
Also,
government should transfer
we have
their
to we have
case.
to treat that like a Nigerian movie, or should I say a Liberian movie that will have part 2. Definitely, you'll be afforded the opportunity tomorrow
No problem, no problem. But thank you, Damo.
but
I
we have
really
to
appreciate
press.
tonight.
We press for time, and I didn't hear at any point in time that our reporter said they removed the Liberian flag. He said they
No, he
passed
did.
the
You please bear me
put their
always
flag
yeah.
up. Yeah, he didn't say they removed the Liberian flag. He said they
No,
passed
you
it.
said the Guinean flag were planted though.
Yeah, but he was playing that, but he said they removed Liberian flag. It could have been no
But the
Liberian
same
flag.
thing there. So
I have to make sure we say as our reporter said it. That other
no
speed,
problem. But do you agree with me that that's a violation of our sovereignty, Damo?
They passed the cornerstone and they put their flagpole and they planted their flag, and he's going back there tomorrow.
Damo, do you agree with me that that's a violation of our sovereignty? The
I agree
plenty
with
of
you.
Guinean flag on our territory.
I totally agree with you. But I
Yeah,
just
that
want to
was
make
my
that
point.
point clear. Mr. Russell, I didn't call you Dr. Russell, but anyway, Dr. said because he bringing Lone Star to Minnesota. So your parting comments, we're talking about that whole game thing because people want to know the price to watch the game and everything. You elaborate on that more. But just close for us, man. I see your smiles. People texting you. Somebody even send me messages, say, "Oh, Russell for ambassador."
No, Diamond, thanks a lot, and I'd like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all of the listeners and the viewers who join us here tonight. And to Nelson, we started off the conversation just hitting on a number of issues relative to development in the country, the situation with the wetlands being encroached upon. People are building in a lot of the wetlands around the city, swamp area, marshlands. A very fragile ecosystem there that has been destroyed, and they have laws against them, but they are not being enforced. So it's good to at least to touch base on that and talk about the importance of our wetlands within our ecosystem. And looking at the 28-mile road from ELWA to the Roberts International Airport, the fact that it is not yet completed is discouraging. And so just talking about that, I know there are sections of the road that has been completed. They were building a bridge, but it's been like 4-5 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I was glad to talk a little bit about that and just get up to date as for what is going on with that road. And so what I started to say, Diamond, this caller called in and talked about the absence of a development trajectory prior to the civil conflict. And you have a city like Broadville, for example. I didn't realize that Broadville is only 9 miles west of Monrovia, and Broadville has never had running water in the history of the country. I mean, and Broadville is a city, is a major metropolitan area, and the fact that there's no running water there, and Bapulu, for example, the caller said Bapulu is only like 34 miles. That's just like they drive from Brooklyn Park, just about Brooklyn Park to Minneapolis. And we don't have running water there. And, so those are critical developmental issues that we have to tackle. It is the incompetence that many of these governments have had and not having the right folks there and not prioritizing those areas. I appreciated the fact that the Ministry of Transport came up with what sounds like a solution to addressing price gouging in the city with respect to the high cost of energy in Liberia and around the world. So I think that's a good thing. I think they're on a good path, and I share in the views of Dr. Brookler and Dr. George as well. So the private sector and supply and demand is going to drive, the price. I mean, especially when you're talking about taxis. I was not talking about subsidizing, taxis and stuff like that. I was talking about public transportation, buses, trains, and and other things. And finally, you talked about it. You mentioned it. Yes, indeed. Liberia national football team, the Lone Star, will be coming to Minnesota for July 26th to celebrate July 26th. The entire Spoon family, I can guarantee that all of the panelists, if you make it to Minneapolis, July 26th, the game will be played at St. Paul. I can guarantee you at least a VIP ticket to the game, and of course we'll have representation, hopefully, from Spoon. So either Diamond, Nelson, Lorena, or Rosemary, or whoever else is out there who will be coming to represent Spoon here. That will be something that we'll look forward to.
Thank you.
Are you
Thank you,
offering
Mr.
them
Russell.
tickets?
Winfrey, I would definitely love to get involved
Time on.
with the
Real
players.
quick. Time real quick. So, Russell, Broadview Fowl, I live right next to Monrovia. We ain't got running water either, right? So that Broadview, that fireplace.
Y'all get more Ali number.
We right on the highway. We right on the highway. And we thought that when the road was coming, it was a perfect opportunity to run the main lines. So where there's no vision, the people perish. We got to demand more from our people. We can't make a national agency or Monrovia agency. The country ain't got running water. We right here next door. So that play talking a fireplace right down the highway. No running water. We build our own well. We do our borehole and all those things ourselves. Clean drinking water is important. You run the main line, we feed off of it, and people can get water. It reduces illnesses, it makes people healthier, more productive, all those things. Why we can't seem to prioritize the thing, I don't know.
I don't understand that either, Doc. But I think one of the things again, like we're saying, I know Diamond got to run, but Monrovia is not Liberia. We got to decentralize the water.
Yeah,
we have a centralized water system, so we may have to decentralize the water supply system.
3,564. Tomorrow be 3,565. Y'all continue. But thank you guys. I appreciate you all for being on the program. It's been a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Again, Mr. Witherspoon couldn't be a part of the conversation due to some pressing issues. But thankfully the team is here and you guys put up a magnificent job and our people got the needed information as always. Spoon Talk will be back later today, 8 p.m. Liberian time, and whatever the time is overseas, whichever country you find yourself. Thank you, Wanto Tia Wanto. Congratulations on the wedding. I heard the color is cream and
London, you getting married or where?
No, I'm getting married now. Standing or just putting me in.
Oh, you getting married now? But you're telling me, hey, you say you're not getting married now. You say you are not to it. Relax.
And the girl called on the show when Stanton were moderating, and she said it.
No, Stanton putting me in a situation where staff. I have Stanton looking naturally. See, I can get married and stuff.
Now, where do you want to do that serious part? Anyway, you'll be fine.
The amount of post Stanton that marry me too now. Not small people.
All right, thank you. Thank you. A pleasant night to you. Thank you, Winfrey. Pleasant night to you. And to you all there watching, thank you for affording us the opportunity to be in your homes, to be in your cars, to be at your offices, and wherever it is you're listening to us from. My name is Diamond Slanger. It's been a pleasure. Nelson Colette began the program, but again, he had other issues to take care of, and I had to sit in. Big shoes to fill in, but we'll do it gradually, one step at a time as we learn along the way. Thank you for being there. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Pleasant day to you. Bye-bye. Remember, you can still cast in your vote. Vote still open. The poll is still on the page. What should be done to represent the Koluba? Some are saying suspend him. Others are saying expel him. Others are saying no punishment. Go cast your vote and have your say as well. Bye-bye. Good night.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO. Stand coming with the spoon. And you boy, it's out there. Charges on the beat. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.